tune in most days of the week, and he'll be there schooling some ignorant creep, or catch him on a gaming whim. But this ain't a game to him. You could be a Bradley's baddie too. You could be a Bradley's baddie too. So join Jovan and get your critical cap on. 'Cause there's a Bradley's baddie inside of me and you.
Hello. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the live stream. Hello, my name is Jovan Bradley, and I'm here with fellow atheists and friends Jeff and Matt, and we are here to argue with some theists. Okay, I'm cutting the bit now. Hey, guys.
Oh, damn.
Did you want me to do it for longer?
I want you to do it for the whole 3 or 4 hours. I want to see just how redneck we can get up in this bitch.
I was gonna join in, but you cut the bit, so now I'm not gonna do it.
It's all right.
Oh wait, no, I'll bring the bit back
No,
if it
too
means
late.
we can get Alabama Jeff and we can get Kentucky Slammer Matt to hit us with some our country deity. Atheism is the morally superior position.
I have to be careful. So my ex-wife's from Tennessee, and she hates it when people use the stereotypical Southern accent to signify stupid, because, I mean, she's brilliant. She's got a master's in microbiology. And so every time somebody is on TV that talks like her but is really smart, she likes to point it out, and it's fun. So
I think I like the stereotypical Southern accent. It makes me laugh. It makes me giggle.
I'm contractually precluded from using the accent in the world where the New York Knicks are the NBA champions.
How about them Knicks, baby?
so basically for the next year.
Yeah.
Sure.
Hey,
I'll
guys.
take it.
Hey guys, we're a couple of
Get another
atheists that
50
want
years where you
to.
can do it.
Yeah, I can't wait for the Knicks to go back for the next. What I mean, they haven't been to the championship since the 70s, right?
Well, they hadn't been to the finals since '99.
Yeah.
They hadn't won in 53 years, and we can blame. Let's just not piss off Danhausen. If you look it up, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Did you see that podcast where somebody said, "Hey, Mamdani, for one of your first acts as mayor, can you secure us a Knicks championship?"
Mhm.
That was crazy.
And didn't he reply like "Wallahi"?
Yeah, he replied, "Wallahi," which to me, I'm like, damn, that might be evidence Islam is real, guys. I'm not gonna lie to you. The Knicks winning the championship might be evidence for the best evidence for God that I've seen.
I got to be careful with accents because I'll jump into some on occasion. I had no idea. Evidently, I did an episode of something on the line. Arden cut a clip out, put it up on the video. It's up for months, and all of a sudden, out of the blue, somebody commented, "Matt did black voice. That's not cool." And I was like, "I did? When? What? Let's get
Matt's
canceled.
Matt's got to be careful. Yeah, one time I was talking to Matt and he just slipped into a stereotypical Apu, and I was like, "What the fuck is going on here?"
It's
guys,
terrible
if you-
because one of my favorite comedians is Uncle Roger, and he's so funny, but I cannot imitate him. I would. Yes,
I think the
welcome
only-
to stage 1 of Cancel Matt.
Wait, is Uncle Roger the guy that did the emotional damage, or is that somebody else?
That's a
No,
different
he
guy.
uses clips from the Emotional Damage guy. He reviews food videos, and it's fucking hilarious.
Oh damn!
Not-
Am I the problem now that I thought those were the same people?
Well,
Racist.
I think they're friends now, but
Yeah.
Uncle Roger, some people from the Asian community actually, the comedian's name is Nigel, but they criticize him for doing the voice.
Yeah.
And his clapback is I think brilliant because it's cultural. He's saying that like he's sharing the culture with people of what his typical Malaysian uncle would sound like. and that people don't say anything when it's other groups doing similar things. So all I know is the bit is hilarious. It's brilliant. So
Yeah, he's a genius.
Hey guys, if you want to debate us today, we're a couple of atheists. Here's what we got on the board. We want some theists to call in and convince us of quite a few things. First and foremost, can you call and convince us God is real? If you can, 219-327-8005. Can you convince us the Christian God is good? If you can, 219-327-8005. Can you convince us that the Bible is true? If you can, 219-327-8005. Hey, can you convince us that atheists need God? If you can do that, 219-327-8005. And finally, can you convince us the resurrection even happened? 219-327-8005. Winnie is standing by to screen today. Also, shout out to Scary at Thugman, Sittree, 1764, and Rain the Mancer for being first in Twitch chat today. B Spurred, thank you for resubscribing for 1 month at tier 1 on Twitch. Rents, thank you for resubscribing with Prime for your 12th month over on Twitch. And Firehawk, thank you for resubscribing for 2 months at tier 1 over on Twitch. Firehawk's been subscribed for 43 months. God damn.
Wow.
Shout out to one of the OGs. That's 12, 24.
It's less than 4 years.
36. Oh, okay. So yeah. It's almost yeah.
It's 3 years and 8 months.
I never claimed to be good at
Or
math.
7 months.
Okay, I never claimed to be good at math.
I need to get back on because I haven't streamed on Twitch in months, and I got my Twitch payout today from the people who continue. So it's like $20 or something silly like that. But I
Oh,
was
be
like, I'm
careful! Be
getting
careful
ready
not to say that out loud. If Twitch finds out you're getting sub money and you haven't streamed, I think they have a specific amount of time. They'll ban your account if you're getting sub money and you haven't streamed for a specific amount of time.
Oh no, it'll cost me $20. No, I'm getting ready to start streaming both on Twitch and on YouTube. I'm going to be doing both of them again. I've got the new computer. I got everything set up. I actually just reinstalled Binding of Isaac as my go-to stream game because I want to relearn it. It's fun. It's thematic, and I can push pause at any time, and we'll see. I'm thinking about having a bonus where you get an extra 1 minute to talk if you can actually say something that forces me to pause the game. Like force me to use my brain.
We like that.
There's a
We like that.
challenge.
Gentlemen, we're sitting here waiting for some atheists. We gotta wait for the YouTube to get actually get some viewers. Guys, 233 of you in YouTube and only 88 likes. What's up with that?
Do you only do vertical in YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want
that's the one
all
that popped up for me, and I wanted to make sure I was on the right one.
Yeah, I try to keep all the views concentrated because when you split them, YouTube is not going to push the vertical as much because it's not getting as many views. So I just keep it all on. I just keep it vertical. If they want horizontal, they come to Twitch. Right, Twitch babies?
Hi, Twitch. I miss you.
That's so funny. Someone said, wait, which one is Jovan? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Me.
But by the way, me and Jeff do not look alike.
Not even close.
And when somebody says that to me, because I've heard people be like, Jovan and Jeff look so similar. I'm like, do you guys just think all black people with glasses? And yeah, we have decently similar facial hair. Mm-hmm. We're both bigger guys. We have completely different hairstyles. We have completely different skin tones. We have completely different face shapes. Nose, maybe we get there close on the nose, but your nose is up more. Mine is a bit more flat.
And you have ears.
And I got these beautiful grays.
True.
Yeah, I'm not going gray yet. I'm still straight black.
They've been doing
this.
I've been doing live shows for 20 years, and right after I initially shaved my head, because I wasn't properly bald, but my hair was thin and fine, and under the studio lights I looked bald. If we were standing face to face, you'd be like, oh yeah, he's got hair. And when you get in the studio, it's like, man, that motherfucker ain't got no hair at all. And so I shaved it, and then all of a sudden They confused every white dude with a bald head and a goatee is exactly the same. I look like the dude from Pawn Stars. I got that all the time. Matter of fact, there was a Who Am I Thinking Of internet game
Rick?
where it would ask you questions, and they said I look like Rick from Pawn Stars. The game did.
Oh, I want to go see if Akinator knows who you guys are.
I don't know what Akinator is, so if it doesn't know me, that's fair.
Okay. You don't know what Akinator is crazy. All right. Akinator is an old internet game where you basically, it guesses who you're thinking. And I don't think I've ever gotten tricked Akinator. I don't think I've tricked it even one time. So let's see if I can trick Akinator with Matt Dillahunty. Let's pull it up for a quick second. Okay. So okay, here we go. Oh, it looks like Dookie right now because I have my screen is. Oh yeah, you guys probably won't be able to, simply because of the way, for some reason VMix is not what's the word I'm looking for? They aren't like
they're downscaling it.
Yeah, they're downscaling. Thank you, Jesus Christ. They're downscaling the shit out of like the return thing. So I'll let you know what it says.
Yeah.
So it says
I can see it on
next...
YouTube.
Okay, cool. Select a character. Okay. Is your character a girl? No, Matt Dillahunty's not a girl. Well, unless.
As far as you know.
Does your character really exist? Yes. Is your character a YouTuber? Shit. Already. Fuck. Yes.
I don't consider myself
born
a
in
YouTuber,
India? No,
but
you're
I am now.
absolutely a YouTuber. What do you mean? Is your character a gamer? Yes, Matt. I would say you're definitely a gamer.
I'm OG. I ran the #1 Counter-Strike team on the planet.
Does your character like playing Roblox?
No.
Is your character known for Minecraft gaming? No.
These are super
Is your character
specific.
black? Yes.
Wait.
Is your character
today.
normally in a chair? Yes. Does your character play horror games? No. Is your character a Fortnite streamer? No. Does your character have glasses? Yes. Is your character linked to Geometry Dash? No. Does your character have a beard? Yes. Oh shit. Is your character a console gamer? No.
No. I mean,
Matt specifically plays Clash of Clans.
No, I don't.
Does your character play chess online? Yes.
Yes.
Oh, fuck. Oh. Is your character known for sacrificing their rook?
No, I'm not Levy.
Oh, okay, I see. It's getting good. It's getting close. Is your character American?
The thing is,
yes.
it thinks I'm known for being a gamer, and that's not quite correct.
Does your character play chess? Yes.
Well, you get to ask the same
Is your
question.
character Asian? No. Does your character play Grand Theft Auto? No. Yeah, it's asking too many game-related questions. Was your character defeated by a robot? No. Does your character, unless you consider Andrew Wilson a robot, but you weren't defeated by him. Does your character like to play board games? Yes. Is your character Japanese? Yes. Oh, and now I have to prove that I'm not a robot? Click allow to
so this
confirm
game's
you're
not defeated by
what? What just happened? Wait. Click allow. I'm not clicking allow on shit, bro. Oh, it just like, what the fuck was that? I think it just went to an ad and now it's completely back to the beginning. You know what? That's fine. Cause now we'll do it. Now I'll do it without the gamer stuff. So let's try this again. I don't know why he did that. Yes, my character exists. No, my character is not female.
We can't.
Yes, my character is a YouTuber. I know. I'm trying to burn through. I want some people to still call, so I got to make sure I keep the prompts up for a little bit.
You guys can call in and see if you can guess who I am too.
It should probably ask: are they primarily a gamer?
Are they primarily a gamer? Would be a better.
So
this time where it says is your character a gamer, I'm gonna say no. Does your character have any kids? Unless you count snakes as children.
No.
Is your character black? Absolutely. Does your character do 24-hour challenges? No. Does your character create music? No. Is your character normally in a chair? Yes. Does your character have a beard? Yes. I can't believe I have to do all this again. Your character known for making YouTube shorts? No. Is your character fat?
Yes, but less than I used to be. I don't know.
Bro, Akinator, like, don't be an asshole. Does your character film videos with their dad? No. Is your character an animator? No. Does your character have orange hair? No. Does your character American?
Start with
yes. Does your character have glasses? Yes. Is your character usually known under his full name? Yes. Is your character an internet meme? There have been memes, but I wouldn't say you're an internet
I wouldn't
meme.
say, yeah. I wouldn't say I'm a meme.
You've had memes of you, but you're not a meme. Is your character often sarcastic? Yes. Does your character wear black glasses?
Wow.
Well, yeah.
I'm very excited.
Yes.
Does your character have curly hair? No. I'm really excited to see it.
No.
If it does that, Caleb Hammer. Yep. No. I thought you were Caleb Hammer. No. So that means it's so we got to keep going to see how long it takes to get you now. We know we've almost got, well, we got through the first part. If we can get all the way to the end and not, is your character part of the LGBTQ plus community? I know you don't like to say you are, right?
I don't think it would consider me that.
Yeah, and I think that means a specific thing.
Is your character associated with Danny Gonzalez? No. Does your character have black hair? Why not just ask if it's bald? If they're bald, that would save so much time. That should be the question before all. There we go. Finally, before all the hair questions should be: is your character bald? Is your character a TV show host? Oh, let's correct that one.
It will definitely know from atheist experience that was on TV.
Oh shit! And now, instantly, is your character a Christian? No. Oh shit. Is your character linked to religion? I would say you are linked to religion.
Yep.
Oh shit. Oh God.
God damn. So there's an old picture where I weigh about, I don't know, 70 pounds more, don't have glasses.
Why did he use that picture?
That is the picture that was originally on the. You should put those up side by side because that's the picture that was on the Atheist Community of Austin webpage when I first joined. I still have. I could go put that T-shirt on right now.
That's fucking crazy that he used that picture, dude. Oh my God.
Holy context.
Yeah, all those people who are like, you're old now. I look way better now than I did then. And not just for the weight, I'm healthier as well.
Wow,
And more
you've been
zen.
played 2,240 times. People have used you in the game.
They've used me way more than that in real life.
Oh, damn. All right. Do we want to try Jeff?
There's no way.
I bet it comes up Jovan.
Yeah.
Oh, it might. All right, let's try Jeff. Guys, you can still call in 219-327-8005. Let me show you the topics, by the way, again. Call in to talk to us. We're looking for Christians and theists today to prove to us that God exists, to prove to us that the Christian God is good, try to prove to us the Bible is true, try to prove to us that atheists need God, and try to prove to us that the resurrection happened. That's what we're looking for today, so call in. Okay, is your character from YouTube? Jeff, would you consider you from YouTube? No, I would say TikTok. I wouldn't say you're from YouTube.
Transitioning to YouTube.
Yeah. Is your character married? Yes.
I hope it doesn't ask if your character's transitioning. Now we don't know how to answer it.
Is your character a sportsman? What is a sportsman?
He likes the Knicks.
Let go Knicks, baby. Is your character dead? No. Is your character an actor? No. Does your character create music? No. Does your character personally know you? Yes. Well, that now it's just going to be like your friend. Has your character been in love with your mother? No.
You don't know.
Is your character from your family? No. Is your character a teacher? Like, not in the traditional sense. No. Does your character have magical powers? If I know them, how would they have magical powers? Have you ever had a crush on your character? No. Is your character the father of someone who's close to you? No. Is your character famous? Unfortunately, would say no. Should be. More famous than most. Is your character the head of a group of people? Yes? Yeah. Yes?
Don't follow me anywhere.
Does your character have any kids? No. Is your character older than 18? Yes. Does your character remember your family? No. Stop asking. Is your character a girl? No. Does your character have children? You just asked that, Agnator, you stupid fuck. Does your character have a biological father? Doesn't everybody?
What?
Like whether or not they're in your life, don't you have one?
Is your character a member of the species Homo sapien sapien?
Was your character created for 2010? No. Does your character often use a pen? Doesn't everybody? I'm just gonna say no. I don't know what that question is asking, Akinator, you stupid fuck. Does your character get a haircut? Yeah.
I just got one.
Does your character
Get a
eat
haircut,
cake?
get a
I
real
assume
job.
sometimes.
That's crazy because I just did a rant about Dominican cake last night.
Goes Jeff from End of Species because of the cake thing. Does your character enjoy your presence?
Sure. Yeah.
Sure is crazy.
Why not?
Is your character married? You asked us this question. Does your character live in your house? No. Does your character have a crush on you? Okay, no,
Almost
whatever.
certainly.
Not yet.
Your coworker. No, you stupid fuck. I think it thinks you're. It's not putting together. I shouldn't have answered it like I know you. I think that's where we fucked up. So let's start this again. I think we're fucked up in acting like I know you. So I think we need to act like I don't know you, but like I just know you from TikTok. Is your character a boy? Yes. Is your character American? Yes. Is your character a famous YouTuber? Don't know. That's how I'm gonna. Does your character sing on a stage?
No. I ain't
Your character
drank
a
in a long
gamer?
time. Yes, actually. And as we discovered in the pre-show, with a problem.
Yeah, no, with a big problem. 219-327-8005, guys. Where the Christians at? Call in. Let me put up the you know what? I can actually put up the I can make it so the YouTube chat sees. Yeah. Hold on. I got this. The YouTube is gonna see the normal thing, and then the Twitch will see the that. Okay, yeah, now we can get some YouTube calls. This should be fine now. Where were we on the Akinator questions? Here we go. Does your character show their face a lot? Yes. Is your character black? Yes.
That was fast.
Does your character bark? Sometimes.
These questions.
Does your character cuss a lot? It's asking for speed. It's asking for I show speed right now.
I do, in fact, cuss a lot.
See, is your character associated with Kai Cenat? Like, it literally wants to know if you're I show speed. No. Does your character have any kids? No. Character do reaction videos? No. Is your character an adult man? Yes. Your character play a lot of scary games? No. Character have a gaming channel? No. Is your character a Twitch streamer? No. Is your character chubby? Yes. Aren't we all? Does your character have numbers in their name? No. Does it think you're queso? Has your character recorded any albums? No. Is your character from TikTok? Yes. Character with glasses? Yes. Character wear a red outfit? No. Is your character white? I already told you he's black. Does your character wear a wig? No. Is your character normally in a chair? Yes. Character known for trolling? I mean, I would say you're known for trolling.
No, but I would say I'm good at it when I do it.
Yeah. I would agree with that. We got some calls screening, so hopefully they'll screen quick. Character create music? No. Okay. Does your character have dreadlocks? No.
They're just
Does your
really
character
short.
an internet meme? No. They're just really short. Is crazy. Does your character personally know you? I'm gonna say no, so we can.
Does
I don't
Akinator
what the
know
fuck
you?
This is.
What
No,
name is that?
Akinator, you were wrong. Rich Lev. Anyone in chat know who Rich Lev is?
No.
Yeah, chat. Call
I
in
mean,
about this
unless
Jewish
Akinator
zombie
knows
fish
you,
space lizard. I really
Why would
wanna
it
know.
matter?
Yeah, is Akinator an LLM? LLM? How do you pronounce it? Yeah, language learning something model. Is your character fat? Yeah.
I was expecting to go like, "Is this your cousin?" And you say yes, and they're like, "What's your name?"
Is your character linked to sports? No. No, but if it doesn't get it, it asks you to put their name in so that if like it can put you in the system. Does your character run a gaming channel? You ask these questions, Akinator. Does your character wear glasses? Yes. Character have long hair? No. Character create comedy skits? No. Character play NBA 2K? No.
No. It looks like Akinator runs on like a fuzzy logic algorithm.
What is that?
It's just a way to like a probability algorithm. It's not generative AI.
Is your character referred to with an honorific title like Mr., Mrs., Master, or Doctor? No, but Mr. End of Species has a nice ring to it.
Sometimes they call me Mr. Tiff because it's my wife's name.
I actually wonder, because this is so old, if like one of the generative or one of the LLMs could do better. Just like, hey, let's play. Make yourself act like
probably. Akinator. I bet ChatGPT could do it like in Claude could do a lot better running Akinator than Akinator, because Akinator essentially the way it works in my understanding of Akinator is when you ask those questions, it just builds a database around the person you say it is.
Yeah.
And it collects all of those. And it's basically like a list. It starts with all the names. It asks, it's like playing Guess Who. It's literally just playing Guess Who. Does your character have a big back?
All right, this is the first one of I think many. No pause, but yo.
Does your character have a big back? Is crazy. It thinks you're Legend of Winning. No.
Wow.
Continue. Yeah, Akinator, I'm gonna keep going. We do have a call we're about to take.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have a call. All right, let's take this call, and I'll just keep playing Akinator in the background to try to get it to guess Jeff. All right. Coming up to stream, we have Christopher. Christopher is calling in from Texas to try to convince us that the resurrection happened. Christopher, up on the stream. Christopher, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
My age is 24, and I go by she, them.
Okay. Now, Christopher, you're going to try to convince us the resurrection happened. So if you have a good argument for that, we will take it now.
Okay. So, honestly, if we're being real here, right, because he was a prophet or like a major figure, like politically speaking, in the Jewish scope, then why would they not have like taken his body and sold it back to his family and to his followers? That way they could make them into relics, for one, because that was like a very common practice they had like back then. That's so hard. And also, like my argument is this: the alchemization of like the inner deep thinkings of like a godlike being, and also just like the like alchemy, like, is a concept that basically through like mental effort and like properly applied philosophies that you can transmutate or alchemize the properties of certain matter. And my thinking behind it is that he just went through such an intense like death that something in his brain kindled it to where he basically just, like, I would say, transcended. Like, he completed the arc of the martyr and to its like finality, and basically just like through a process of alchemy within his brain, within his soul or spirit,
Sorry, Christopher, maybe
manifested.
maybe I'm a couple steps behind. How do you know that Jesus even was real?
That's a very good question. But like, how do we know that? I mean, I don't just want to return it with the same type of question, because like that would just send in like a loop. But I I so deeply believe that like we as a people would have come out much, much differently if he wasn't, right? Like, just the hospitality and
That's
kindness
not an
that like,
argument.
Yeah,
what do you
I
mean?
don't know I don't know what that is supposed to
When
mean.
when you say
So like,
I would, you're basically appealing to your personal incredulity. Like your first point was why, I think the resurrection happened because why wouldn't they sell his body parts back as artifacts? And I'm like, how do you know they didn't? How do you know there were body parts? How do you know there was a body? I mean, you're making like a ton of
a couple of
assumptions.
jumps. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Um.
so when we're looking for an argument for the resurrection, I'm willing to grant, for the sake of argument, that there's a character in the Bible that we know as Jesus that probably existed as a person. And whether or not that person was killed, put into a tomb, who knows? But you're making a case for the resurrection. That is a miraculous event where somebody returned to life or ascended to a higher plane, however you want to look at it. Um, we need an argument for that.
Okay. So how can I'm trying to like figure how I could articulate that, because like it's not
While
like
you're
we could
while
take a
you're
time
thinking about
machine.
that, also keep in mind that we as a people would have been different if they never came up with Superman
I mean,
or
but that's like
Spider-Man.
that's like, if we're talking like moral obligation of character, I would say like the Jesus figure, the great teacher or sage, however you want to phrase it, is like if we take the ruthlessness of the Jews and like just their precepts, and like I think that like it didn't forebode the falling out of the Jewish peoples, but like just them being pushed to the limit, that breaking point where they had to like take a completely innocent man and punish him. But again, you're right. I'm still making the jumps. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Um,
See, once again, you're going down. I apologize. I know you're trying to get to whatever argument you're going to come up with on the spot to justify what you already believe without good reason. But you just said they killed a perfectly innocent man. Um, I don't see that Jesus necessarily, like I'm definitely not going to concede that he was perfectly innocent, but his moral teachings are nothing to write home about. I mean, he's opposed to divorce for anything other than infidelity. He maintains, never corrects the Bible's position on slavery, never corrects the Bible's position on misogyny. Um, continues to support, specifically said, not a jot or tittle of the law will change until all this has come to pass, and that he came not to, well, in any case, you seem to have a personal view of Jesus that doesn't match the Bible, and which also doesn't match whatever we could suppose in reality, and you're using that straw man of Jesus to say, clearly this guy was important. Yeah. And so, if Hitler hadn't existed, we'd be a different people. That's a real person that did terrible things. If Spider-Man hadn't been invented, we would be different, to go with Jeff's point on Superman. We're trying to find out, though, why should we believe that this figure described in the Bible rose from the dead?
Real quick, and then we're going to get back to the debate. Take one guess, and you'll probably be right, who Akinator now thinks Jeff is.
Jovan Bradley.
Literally.
What is with the cowlick picture?
That's the Akinator. They don't have a picture of me, so they have a photo.
That's your dreads.
Okay.
You only got one so far.
It's my one dread. Anyway, continue with the debate.
I'm ready to concede at this point. I really just wanted to call in because I love the streams that you guys are pushing, and I think that actual critical thinking is highly valued in my point of view. I value knowledge, and was just curious as to how I could do unprepared, but it was a lot. Honestly, I'm shaking just a little bit. You guys are really cool.
Well,
thank you.
You should look into alchemy and why it's bullshit as well.
Well, okay, I'll give that a shot. I do like quantum mechanics though, just the two clashing.
Of course, of course.
But anyways, have a great one, guys.
All right, you too.
Thanks, you too.
I don't know what that was. Anyway, 219-327-8005 if you want to debate. Yeah, I just don't really know the point of the call, I guess.
I think it's one of those things where maybe she was sitting around saying, hey, I like this. They're not getting calls. Let me see if I can defend this. Because that was definitely, I don't think she was a Christian in any normative sense. And definitely was. It seems like somebody who grew up in a Christian culture is here's the stories I've heard about Jesus. It kind of appeals to me. It kind of makes sense. Let me see if I can make the case for why I think it's reasonable to accept a resurrection. But yeah, that's not how reason works or resurrections, evidently.
Are you normativing your claims right now? Somebody made a comment on YouTube that I thought was fucking hilarious, and then I lost it. Shit. Oh, it was so funny. Wait, was it funny or was it a question? I don't remember.
Jovan, I think I told you this before, but one of my friends that I've known since before the last time the Knicks were in the finals, out of nowhere, this was after you and I met, sent me a picture. He said he was going on Instagram and he goes, oh, this guy reminds me of you. And of course it was a picture of you. So this is somebody who knows me, who I grew up with, knows me in real life. I went to school with him and everything, and made that connection. And I still don't see how.
Because they think all black people who are slightly chubby and have similar facial hair are the same.
That must be it.
Man, I definitely can't. I can't. We have some calls screening right now. I definitely can't figure out what the comment was that I read that I liked so much. Oh well.
There was a comment on YouTube. Somebody said I'm in a good mood.
Are you in a good mood?
Well, I'll tell you the answer I gave them. I'm actually exhausted. I've had very little sleep. I'm helping Arden recover, and while she was doing great, she had an incredibly rough day yesterday and popped a fever. The fever's gone, and she's relaxing. And if she's watching, hi, sweetie, we love you. But also, my dog is sick. We had to take the dog to the vet, and the dog's had diarrhea for a couple of days now. And I have to do all the snake work and the rodent work, and then I'm doing this show, and then I'm doing my show tonight on the line. Yeah, so I'm just glad to have something that, this is normal for me. This is how I chill.
Oh, we do have book club tonight, chat. I can't be there because something came up for me. But I think I'll just see if Pillow wants to run book club so you guys can still have book club tonight in the Discord. But I cannot be there. I don't know if anybody actually read the book club book. It wouldn't shock me if that answer is no.
What is the book club book?
Jakarta Method.
Okay.
Great book. Would you guys prefer if I move book club, or would you prefer to do book club with Pillow at the head? Even though when I'm there, I still let Pillow run it anyway. 9 times out of 10.
There are people
Guys,
who are just now finding out Arden and I are together.
That's always funny to me. All right, we got a call.
Awesome.
All right. Dude, a plane crashed in Austin today?
What?
Yeah, somebody just texted me. A plane crashed in Austin on the highway. Oh shit, yeah. And a factory CEO was killed it was like a private plane, it looks like. And a factory CEO was killed in the plane crash near Laredo. Ooh, that plane on fire. Oh, damn. I saw the picture and the plane is like cut in half. Golly. Anyway, let's take a call. Sorry, after that fucking.
Man, you let
All
one
right.
trillionaire through and all of a sudden planes start falling out of the sky.
All right, coming up to stream is Clover. Clover from Michigan to tell us why he thinks God is real. Or they, I don't know the thing. Clover, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age or pronouns. And pronouns, sorry.
40. Oh, can you hear me? It's 40, she, her.
Okay. Clover, 40, she, her. No problem. All right, Clover, we are
Why does
3
this sound
atheists.
familiar?
I don't know. Clover's called me before, back in April.
Awesome.
Clover.
I did.
Clover,
Clover,
are
have
3
we ever
atheists who-
spoken? This is Matt.
Oh.
No, we haven't. I did call. I think it was to debate on trans issues, but then I
Okay.
had to go. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you sounded vaguely familiar. Nice to meet you. Have a good day.
Yeah,
Nice to meet you too.
Clover, we are 3 atheists who do not believe in God. Do you have a reason why we should?
I do, but I don't think it will convince anybody. I believe God is real based on what I see in the world, the fantastical things that don't seem to be able to be possible without God. Now, I think where people get mixed up, though, is believing that only a Christian God is real, or only a Muslim God is real, or only a Jewish God is real. But I believe that there is God in almost everything. I believe there's even a Japanese theology that you can find God in a grain of rice, in the perfection of a grain of rice. So I believe God is real in that way.
Just a quick question for you, Clover.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I hear these people. I hear people use this all the time. Like, look at the world, everything's beautiful and perfect, blah blah blah. Have you ever seen a duck's penis?
I have definitely not.
Yeah, ducks' penises are the most
them,
terrifying thing on the planet. They look
I've
like
seen
monsters.
them waddle
They're corkscrews.
because they're
Ducks' penises are shaped like a corkscrew, and when ducks have sex, they basically force themselves. They're built like that so that the female duck can't pull away because it's so painful for the female duck. They don't like it.
And the female duck has a vagina with 2 separate cavities, and she can control so that when she is assaulted by a duck that she doesn't want to father her kids, she can shift that semen to a dead receptacle area. But
interesting.
Clover, my question is, you said that there are fantastical things that don't seem possible without God. Can you give me an example of something that is not possible without God and how you know it's not possible without God?
Well, I want to answer that, but real quick before you do, I just want to know what type of God would make a duck's penis like that.
That, just so you know, that's in my search history now.
Duck penis?
Did
you see it? It's terrifying.
God?
It's terrifying.
Yeah, an evolutionary God, a God that built things to start from a single cell organism to evolve into how complex human beings are today.
Okay,
A
okay, you can
God
answer Matt's
that,
question now.
sorry,
I said that's fine. You can answer Matt's question now.
Matt, what was your question?
Give me an example of something that you think is fantastical that can only happen if there's a God, and how you know it can only happen if there's a God.
The Big Bang, the creation of the universe. The Big Bang, the creation of the universe, the creation of organisms, the creation of oceans, Pangea, the splitting of Pangea, the amount of extinction level events that
Cool,
happened.
slitting a Pangea right now. Yeah.
Sorry?
Nothing. Keep going. I was talking to myself.
Oh, sorry,
So
the multiple, sorry, I'm ADD, so if every
you're
small
good.
thing, my mind is gonna, yeah.
Can you take one of those and just to get the
Mm-hmm.
second part of Matt's question? How do you know that
Yeah.
that's only possible with a God?
That's only, I think that that's only possible with a more supreme being, because for me, it doesn't seem like something that can just happenstance. It just happens out of happenstance.
Okay.
Because to the best of our knowledge, it hasn't really repeated itself, right?
Do you
Like
think,
life,
how would you know whether or not there's been multiple Big Bangs?
this is true. We also don't know, even if we don't even have, our brains can only see in 3D, right? Like we can only see the world in 3D. We don't even know. There's no way we would even know if it happened, if the Big Bang had happened multiple times, or if we could even understand that it happened multiple times.
How do you know there's
But
not
with what
multiple
we,
universes formed by multiple Big Bangs in multiple different places?
there is a possibility, but
I
based
don't know
on
that that's
the
possible.
information I have,
You know a lot of stuff. Like you're telling me what's
they,
possible. I don't even know if that's possible. I'm just asking you how you determine that
no,
it requires a
it's
God.
no, there is a concept of like parallel universes for every decision you make. Um, there is,
Yeah,
there's that theory that there's a parallel universe for the decision you didn't make, right? So there is a
Clover, I'm going to
possibility
bow
for
out because
that.
I'm the wrong person for this, because I don't need you to tell me about concepts and possibilities that I've been studying for the entirety of my
Oh,
existence. I just need you to
don't bow out
explain.
yet.
No. I'm not hanging up on you. The other people here
Oh,
may
okay,
have things. I'm just saying
okay.
I'm asking very specific questions, and
Explain.
that is,
Okay, so
you're
for
saying,
me,
okay. So let me ask this question, because on multiple occasions now you have said, for me. Do you think something is true and can be true just for you, or is truth something we share?
it can be both. Something can be true just
Okay,
for
I
me. There are
completely disagree. My position is that truth is that which we share. Something is not just true for you. You have your experience of reality, but you don't have a different reality.
maybe I have a. Does my understanding of that reality make it true for me?
No.
Hmm.
If your
So then what?
understanding of reality is that if your understanding of reality is that you understand quantum mechanics, does that mean you understand quantum mechanics?
No.
No. Even if you thought you did, you could still be wrong, right?
Yeah. Yep.
And if you can be wrong, then there's some objective reality, some objective truth that we share. So when you say, "Oh, it seems that way for me," all you're saying is, when I look at reality, this is what makes sense given my current understanding. But your current understanding could be wrong and could be limited
Mhm.
or subject to change, which is why we're asking for a defense of a position. Because if you can defend it, then all of a sudden you and I can share the same understanding of reality, and I can come to agree with you that there's a God, or you can come to agree with me that there's not good reason to believe in a God. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. But isn't that question
Cool.
kind of rigged against me? Because I cannot prove there is
No,
no
it's rigged.
definite
It's
proof.
rigged against. It's rigged against irrational positions. If that's you, then that's your problem, not mine.
I would not call my position irrational.
I would.
You
I've come to
don't.
that
But
position
wait, Clover,
rationally
Clover, you
No,
just
you
based
don't.
on
said,
my
Clover,
experiences.
No,
Clover,
you
Clover,
don't.
Clover, Clover. You just said to us, well, you started to say, but you didn't finish that. Like, no one
Oh,
can prove God, right? No one can prove that this exists. So how is it rational
no.
to have a position that something exists that you can't prove?
Sorry, can you repeat that last part?
How would it be rational, or even like, how
Oh,
would it be logically sound to come to a position on something you cannot prove?
right. So then what's the point of the question if it's not provable? If it's gonna end up being something, when it comes to God, it eventually boils down to being personal. There is no objective proof of God. There's none.
Then why do you
There's
believe he
no piece of
exists?
paper, because based on my life experiences, that's why I started every sentence with "for me," because there is no objective proof that God exists. Where would
Here's
I find it?
here's my issue, right? Like, if that were the case and you said to me like, God helped me find my keys, God cured my illness, but that's not what you said, right? When you came on to the when we asked you for the reason, you said very specific things that I suspect if I quizzed you on them, you wouldn't know much more than like the pop version of. Like, if I was to ask you for an in-depth analysis of evolution and how you know that allele frequency change in populations of organisms can only happen if with some manipulation from a god, you wouldn't be able to give me an analysis of that, right?
I might be able to give you a slight analysis. That's not my background. That's just information that I know.
Sure, let's try it. So what is the mechanism that triggers a change in allele frequency in a population of organisms that you know of?
None. Not that I don't know. Can you
You
tell
don't.
me?
No, that's a like you me telling you is a labor verb, and that I don't do those for free. But I'm not saying this to
Oh,
like I'm not saying this to like shame you. I just want you
I won't
to
be shamed.
well, and that's fine. I'm just saying that that's not my intention. I'm saying
Hmm.
this so that you recognize that you're making this claim, and when Matt says that it's irrational, for me, I would say it's rational once I've exhausted my understanding of a topic, and then I can draw a conclusion and I say, well, I looked everywhere. How you determine everywhere, I don't know, but I looked at everything that
Hmm.
I could, and now I haven't found a mechanism except for the one I'm looking at, or I have found the
Okay.
mechanism and it's God. But you haven't done that,
Okay.
right? Like you haven't for any one
I
of the
I
things. If
I have "for me." That's why I start each sentence "for me." But like I mentioned, there is not one objective truth that
do
God
you do you
exists.
think do
God
you
has
think there's a different evolution for you?
no, but there is a different way that I experience the world, though, right?
No, but I'm talking about, but evolution's the thing you brought up. Like the Big Bang Theory is the thing you
Yes,
brought up.
yes.
So
Yep, yep.
extinction level events are things that you brought up, and I don't think
Okay,
that those
okay.
events exist uniquely for you or for me or for Jovan or for Matt.
Yep,
Those are things that do have an objective way of looking at them, right?
yep,
And you
yes.
haven't and you haven't done the looking,
Um, I did a
right?
little bit, maybe not thoroughly, but I did a
That
little
that
bit.
that means no. Like
Okay,
if you went to the
if you say so.
doctor, if you let's say you thought you had cancer and you went to an oncologist and you said, "Hey, did you study cancer?" and they said, "I did a little bit." That means no, right?
Okay, yeah, yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, sure. So you're saying because I don't understand how maybe the exact way the creation of the world worked, or the way the Big Bang Theory worked, or the way the extinction level events work, because I don't understand that thoroughly, then I cannot understand how God would play into that. Is that what you're saying?
I wouldn't make a conclusion on something based on something I don't understand. I don't think that's rational.
Uh, okay. people. I understand it enough to make a conclusion. I may not understand it thoroughly. Again, that may not be my background, but I understand it enough to
How would
make
you
my
know?
conclusion.
How
There
would you know
was
you
a
understand it
time
enough?
when, so let me give you one specific example, right? At some point, there were like 1,000 and something people on Earth, right? One of the, like 5 or so extinction level events we had. And from that 1,000 or so people is what we have today, right?
No, but okay.
No,
Huh?
You
I
know
mean,
what? I want to.
is
I want to
anybody in
play.
the comments?
I want to. I want to play. I want to play. Yeah. Let's say that was true.
Okay,
Now where are
so
we?
in one of those events, there were like 1,000 people. And from there, of course,
I'll just grant
we're
it.
here. We're here. Yes, sure. We're
Mhm.
here today. For me, that shows the presence of God, because in any other way, that would have been the end of humanity. 1,000
What's
people.
the formula
What
for that?
what extinction event led to 1,000 people?
I don't remember. I store a lot of information in my brain, so I have a lot of
Because isn't
different.
1,000
But if I
people is in the viable number for species repopulation?
no, it was not in the Bible. Is anybody in your comments? Is anybody there? Are they able to bring that
It
information
was-
up?
Bible.
It was the emergence of alkaline water caused 1,000. But it doesn't matter. What is the formula that you're using to calculate that?
Right. So for me, I have enough
Oh my
understanding to
God.
know that
I'm gonna mute.
there was
I
there was
just
a
want to know what
fraction of this.
look, when I ask you for a formula, I'm not asking you to tell me a fraction. Like I don't want general language. I want you to tell
What
me very
formula?
specific. Well, you're saying that from 1,000 people, we couldn't get to
Yeah.
the population today, and I want to know what formula you use to determine that. I don't have a formula for that, so I'm trying to learn. But for me to
Okay.
jump onto this
So
train, right, in the same way that
right.
you wouldn't, in the same way that you wouldn't accept from an oncologist, like,
Yeah.
hey, I'm a, I'm a,
So
I'm
just
gonna
with
treat
I
your
understand where you're
cancer.
going.
But like, let's say an oncologist looked at the results of your test, and they're like, well, generally it's whatever, and they don't understand. You wouldn't accept that. I'm not going to accept that you're going to say, hey, from 1,000 people, we couldn't get to where we are, and then you don't have
Okay.
specifics, like you're not showing your work. You know what I mean?
Right. So there were, yeah, you're right. So there are 1,000 people on Earth. Let me tell you how I got there. Let's say there's exactly 1,000 people on Earth a long,
I'm gonna
long
write
time
this
ago.
down.
With
There's
no,
1,000 people.
yeah, we don't have any advanced medicine or anything. What's the likelihood?
No
Isn't the likelihood that the
advance.
population goes down than it goes up based on diseases, how long human beings lived back then,
Mhm.
Clover, were
the
there ever
foods that
less
we
than
ate?
1,000 people? Were there ever less than 1,000 people?
Maybe at creation. I'm not sure. I cannot give you that
Uh,
information at
Okay,
all.
you
I
don't get to
don't
call
know.
it creation. You'd have to prove it was creation. But at some point, there were
Yeah,
less than 1,000 people,
I
right?
don't know. Yes.
At some
At
point,
some point,
So,
I don't know if
so
you
at
could
some
see, but
point,
at
my
some point there were zero.
never mind.
no,
I can't.
my
I can't.
point
No.
my
I can't
point
get a
is,
point in. Never mind.
sorry, I have to interrupt because I
No, you
completely
don't have to
forget and
interrupt.
lose
It's
my train
fucking
of
rude.
thought.
But you could go right ahead.
Okay. Sorry. You're right. It's rude. Go ahead. I'm
No, I'm
sorry.
done. You don't want
Oh.
to learn.
I'm so confused. When has there been a mass extinction event? I'm so lost. That's what I've been
When has
stuck on
there
this
been a
for
mass
10 minutes.
extinction event?
That led to 1,000 people.
Can you Google it real quick?
Fuck that. Can
But look,
can we
What?
do your fucking homework for you because you're too lazy to do it yourself? Are you kidding me?
I mean, I'm not. I can't. I don't want to. I
You
mean, I can
are.
hop out now.
You are.
But
I don't know why the burden of proof is on us.
There goes
You've
my
made the
mood.
claim that this thing. Even Matt knows.
hold
Matt's
on.
like, I'm crashing out.
I
Oh,
don't know.
I'm
like,
playing Isaac.
look, Clover. The problem you have is that my brand is end of a
So
species, right? It's literally behind, right, like right behind my head. Uh, if there were a mass extinction event, I would be touting it from the rooftops. It's one of my favorite things to talk about. But even when I grant it, what you told me was, what is the probability that, which is a question, and you're not giving me a formula for how you know that from 1,000 people you can't get to the population from today.
Even though, by the way, 1,000 is the minimum number of species viability. To have like a long-term species, 1,000 is the minimum number.
Okay, so I was wrong. It was not an extinction level event. It's called the ancient human bottleneck. It was 1 million years ago. It re- severe prolonged global cooling, extended droughts led to collapse in the ecosystem, and it reduced the population to roughly 1,280 people. The evidence of this near extinction is written directly into our DNA.
Well, here's a fun fact. I'm doing a prophecy right now. I'm a prophet, but I don't believe in prophecy. So this is going to be fun. What are you reading right now?
I just typed it into Google. I typed in extinction level event that left 1,000 people, and it brought this information up.
Here's my prophecy. If you take whatever Google AI thing you're reading and go through the sources down to what is written, you're going to come up with somebody who does not conclude that the population getting to today is only possible with a God and does have the math.
I agree with you on that, but
So now
the
we
question
have
was
a
to me, not
you see that, chat? Instant prophecy. So now the fun part is, if I'm here, I'm just a guy. I don't know nothing, right? I'm not a mathematician. I'm not a geneticist. And I'm faced with scientist with math and Clover with no math. Which one of y'all two am I believing?
I'm taking scientists with math, but this is a
Dope.
debate, right? Not research.
And if you're debating scientists with math, then you lose the debate against
Yes,
scientists with math.
I would absolutely.
Yeah.
I would not be debating a scientist with math.
And if you
With this
debate me,
information,
right, and one of my Voltron lions, like the right arm, is scientists with math, you lose against that Voltron too, right?
yeah, and I would say right ahead of time, I don't have the background in math. Absolutely, I would.
So to
I mean, that
give you
makes
my
sense, right?
original, yeah, to give you my original conclusion, you don't have the understanding from which to spawn a conclusion. That's what I said like 10 minutes ago.
Okay.
We got there in the end. I mean, I'm glad you agree with me, but that's where we are, right?
Right. The information I have now is what I'm using, but I don't have the in-depth information to come to other conclusions. I have limited information to come to the conclusion I'm coming to right now.
Why would you come to a conclusion with insufficient information?
Because I am not a geneticist. There's just so much you'd have to be an
so if you're
expert
not a
in
genetic, so
to
let me
learn
understand
this.
this. Let me understand this. If you're not a geneticist, you need to come to conclusions with insufficient information.
Is that a question?
Yes. I asked you why
Okay,
would
can you
you would
ask it
come to
again?
conclusions. I asked you why you would come to conclusions with
Okay.
insufficient information, and your answer was, I'm not a geneticist, something we could have all predicted. But what I'm asking is, if you're not a geneticist, does that mean you must reach conclusions with insufficient information?
It's worse than that, Matt. She didn't just say I'm not a geneticist. She said I'm not a geneticist, and it's so hard to become one.
It's
Yeah,
not hard to
but
become a
she's willing to
geneticist.
stand up to the geneticists.
I'm not standing up to the geneticist. I'm
Yes, you are.
standing up
Yes,
for
you are.
number
By
one.
holding, no, by holding a position that is not supported by evidence and admitting that you lack sufficient evidence to reach that conclusion, and yet holding that conclusion anyway, you are suggesting that you understand something better than the experts, because somebody who didn't suggest that would say, my answer is, I don't know. I don't have enough information to reach a conclusion. That's what a rational person does who doesn't think they can stand up to the experts.
Do you think that's why I started my sentences with "for me" when I was answering your question?
No, I think that's because you don't understand reality or truth or epistemology or reason at all.
I think you're wrong. I think that's why I
Okay.
started "for me" because
I'll bet
don't
money
have
I can prove that you're wrong and I'm right.
Okay, well, sure. I mean,
What
I think the opposite,
demonstrates,
but
what's
sure.
the difference between a valid syllogism and a sound syllogism?
Don't know.
Yeah, you shouldn't have
I
bet.
don't know.
I just don't know why. I just don't understand why theists do this. Why they go, I can't
But
prove
that's the thing,
God.
right? You don't think that's a little bit of a bias from your side? Because I'm
No, it's
saying
called
for me, this is
understanding
why God is.
logic. I'm sorry
So
that knowledge is a
see, so you
fucking bias.
you are interrupting me now too,
Yes,
right?
I am interrupting you because I'm exhausted
Okay,
from your
so that's
bullshit.
fine.
You,
Okay, and I'm not exhausted from your bullshit.
just to be clear, when you
I'm
started,
not
No, I don't
exhausted
care
from
if you're
your bullshit
exhausted
or
from my
from your
bullshit.
All
You're
right,
called
all
into
right,
this
all
I'm
right.
show
not.
to demonstrate your
I'm not exhausted from
cluelessness.
your
And when I
condescension or
fucking
your
show that you
bias or
don't
your
understand what
bullshit.
you're
Okay.
talking about, you decide to whine and cry and pretend that you're engaged with reason. You are an unreasonable, clueless buffoon who will not listen or learn. Of course, I'm going to interrupt you.
Also, I think
Name
it's
calling.
very
Fantastic.
funny that you talked about
Name
Matt
calling.
interrupting you, because I was literally in the middle of a sentence when you started talking, Glover.
Name calling. Okay.
Yes, name
Sure.
calling.
Oh.
You are dumb as a fence
Continue.
post.
Okay, still ignoring me, I
Let's
guess.
proceed. Let's proceed.
No. Let's proceed to another
Am I
caller.
crazy?
Let's
crazy?
proceed to somebody who actually wants to learn and doesn't think that they're
Why?
not clueless when they
Why?
are.
What? Wait. Why is that? So that you can also act this exact same way, and everybody walks away learning nothing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Why?
Am I
So you
high?
can be condescending.
I'm sorry.
So you can be
Didn't
so
I
you can be
treat? I'm sorry.
condescending
Shut
and
your
have a
mouth and
bias.
listen for a second.
Your butt.
Didn't I treat you with the utmost respect and
Oh
try to
my
fucking
God.
teach you and ask you
You did
questions
not.
repeatedly
You
until
did
you
not.
decided
You
to
did not
crash
try to
out like a
teach.
little baby?
No.
Oh, does Matt?
Yes,
Matt
that's
doesn't have access to
exactly
my
what
Nobody's
happened.
I have to
You
give
want
Matt
to
access
assert
to my
that you
call in
are
studio.
reasonable when you are not. And when I
You're being very
demonstrated that I could bet
emotional.
you money and prove to you, prove to the world
Did I not
that you
answer
don't
your question?
understand
You're
the
being very
basics of
emotional.
reason,
I
I
answered
asked
all
you
of
the
your
most simple.
questions.
You
Every
can talk all
question
you
that you
want. I can
asked, I
talk over you.
answered.
It's the
Every
easiest thing at
sentence
all.
that was.
This is why you don't understand
Okay, I
anything,
muted.
because
I
you
muted
think that
her.
if you just keep talking, you can drown out the truth and reality. I am so sorry for you and your brain, but that's not how this works. You should learn how logic and reason works. All we were trying to do was help. And all we were doing was asking the questions that would expose your biases, your confusion, and why you would be so much better and well served to just say, hey, I don't know enough to reach a conclusion. Maybe there's a God, maybe there's not. I didn't call into your show. I didn't call in to say, hey, I know shit I don't know. I'm just sitting here asking the questions that expose you as the buffoon that you are. That's not my fault. We gave you every opportunity. And then you crash and you want to complain because I'm a dick about it. Tough shit. I'm a dick about it.
Also, did we not notice that she like refused to acknowledge that she interrupted the shit out of me? Like,
True. So
Matt, can you send me your email so I can add you to the Collins screener to Collins Studios?
Oh, yeah. Give me a second.
She refused to acknowledge you were speaking at all. That was bonkers. But let's just note that she did acknowledge, I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't have the background information, and I shouldn't have a conclusion. So there's no way that we're the irrational ones. There's no way that we're unreasonable. And in no other place would it be for like unreasonable for us to say you should know what you're talking about before talking about it. That's like the minimum.
That was wild. She's still on mute. I can unmute her anytime you guys want.
I thought we were just sitting here having a good conversation and trying to expose hey, there isn't a reality just for you. And just because you say this is how it is for me, that's completely separate from whether or not that is a reasonable position.
All right, you should be good, Matt. You should be good in Calm Studio.
Thanks.
Let's see if Clover wants to at least acknowledge that she. I'd like an acknowledgement that I was ignored and interrupted. That's just me. Maybe I'm just petty.
I'll mute.
Clover, can you acknowledge that before you got upset with Matt for interrupting you, you interrupted me?
Yes, you said I interrupted you. I believe I interrupted you. I didn't know I did, but if you said it, then I believe you.
Okay, because I was like in the middle of a sentence.
Didn't know that. Apologize.
Didn't know that was crazy. I don't know, Jeff. Is there anything else you want to?
Look, I just want to get another assent, another affirmation that you, when it comes to, I'm just going to do the two things we talked about. When it comes to the Big Bang and evolution, you don't know enough to form a conclusion. Can you just
So
re-agree
who
to
am I
that?
talking to now?
You're talking to Jeff, but can you just agree to
Okay.
that?
Who was rude to me?
It doesn't
That
look.
was Matt Dillahunty.
Oh, that was who?
What does that matter?
Matt Dillahunty.
Well, because
Bro, are we calling the manager? Who, like, look, I just want you to affirm the proposition that you don't have enough information to draw a conclusion when it comes to evolution and the Big Bang.
I did that already. I did.
Okay, cool.
I did.
So
and
now
I
that
did.
we're there,
I did that and I did.
you do have enough background information.
No, I said I don't. I did already admit that I don't have
Okay.
enough information,
So
but
then-
based on the information that
Dope.
I have,
Dope.
these were
Look,
my conclusions.
Great, but we shouldn't be making conclusions based on information we don't have. So with that, I don't even know why you're still fighting this. I have no idea.
I'm not fighting any. I mean, how am I fighting? Is it my tone of voice that's fighting?
No, I'm not saying that you're angry. I'm not saying you're emotional. I'm just saying that you're continuing to say that you can draw a conclusion when you've already said you cannot.
For myself, not for the world, not for anybody else, because my conclusions obviously don't work for you. For myself, for me
They
to
shouldn't
come
work.
to.
Bro, listen, if you don't know enough, your conclusion shouldn't work for you either.
Well, it should work till you learn more, no? So you keep learning more and more and more, right? Isn't that how science works, right? We thought the Earth was flat, or we thought the sun revolved around us. We thought that was a fact.
That's not how science works. You don't just keep reaffirming incorrect positions that you have no evidence for until
we don't.
evidence
But
shows
our
up.
information does change based on new
Yes, and you know what
gathered.
new information we've had since like the dawn of time? That there is no God.
What?
We have that information. It's like
So
pretty
you
out
have
there.
tangible proof. So you have tangible conclusion, like proof that there is no God.
I'm not making a
Add
claim that God
epistemology
exists.
to the list if I didn't include it earlier.
Look,
can you repeat that?
I'll get. Sorry, Matt. Go ahead. I'll give you this based on what you told the call screener. You believe God is real because of the good you see in the world. I don't see that, right? I see people being perfectly apathetic to slavery around the world and genocides around the world. So therefore, there is no God. How about that?
Yeah, that's hence the debate. You feel one way, I feel the other. I mean, I am black, so you're not going to tell me like the the horrible things in the world.
And you think
so
that's good?
Jovan.
Is that
most of us here are black, actually?
Yeah.
Is that the good you
Jovan,
see around the world?
I know you're black. Huh?
Is that the good you see around the world?
No, but the resilience, right, of our people, that's the good I see.
You're in the state that you're in the city that you're in, and it gets scapegoated. you know, when people say this, the city that you're in, they just mean black, right? That's the good you see in the world.
Wait, I don't understand. Can you elaborate?
When people say New York, Chicago, Detroit, those cities, right? And all they mean
Mm-hmm.
is black, right? When they say those cities, and they go, look at all the crime,
Mm-hmm.
and they're just saying, they just mean black. That's the good you see in the world.
Right. No,
When
I
people are
said
just racist,
resilience. I said the
resilience in the.
resilience
It,
of
mhm.
black people. So what you see, right, that proves that there's no God, is like the slavery, the evil, right,
Yeah.
that has happened,
Uh-huh.
right? I'm assuming, and what I'm seeing
You don't have to
is
assume.
the
That's what I
fact
said.
that okay, what I'm seeing is the fact that despite both hands tied behind our backs, Black people have been able to rise from slavery, are still fighting with both hands behind our backs, and
Mhm.
are still in the fight. Like, we've come so far. That's where I'm coming from. The resilience, the way in which we've triumphed. That's that's where I see God.
There's still slavery.
But also
That's
that
where you
wouldn't
don't see
prove
God. And I know
that
that
wouldn't
that's
but wait, Clover. That's not evidence that some magical being exists. That's just evidence that like good things happen.
that was the counter you gave me, was a duck's penis.
We're cooked. We're cooked. That's it. You know.
I gave
We're
you an answer, and the counter to that,
we're
your
we're, we're
counter
cooked.
was that, have I seen a duck's penis? Am I saying
Ever
anything
feel
that you
lonely?
didn't
Do you
say?
ever feel like giving up? Do you ever feel like you want to die? Do you ever feel like you need someone to be with? Do you ever just feel sad or regret or lonely like me?
That
I
was like a
do.
half hour ago.
I don't know why we're back to ducks penises.
You. That's how the conversation started.
It's a 8-track convo. Like, we got to the end and we're just back at the beginning.
Based on the answer I gave you, I mean, maybe if you listen to this over, based on the answer I gave you, that was what you said.
Hello.
That was your counter.
I would rather drink battery
Huh?
acid than listen to this conversation over.
Then you should. You should.
Then
Probably
you
should.
should.
You should. You drove here. Your car is still in the parking lot. There's a battery in that car.
Let me just.
Yes, I drove to my home. I have a parking lot in front of my home.
Yeah,
There's
your
a
car's
battery
still
in it.
there. Go get that
You
battery, pour the
drove
acid out,
me-
drink
I should
it.
absolutely.
You
Hang on a
drove me
minute. I'm going
here.
to run outside and drink some battery acid. I'll be
Maybe
right
you
back.
can
All
even
right,
use a
Clover.
straw. I don't know.
Okay, Clover.
I got a straw. I got a
It's been
really
fun.
big straw. I'll be right back.
It's been
Let
fun.
me-
It's
But
been
tell
fun.
that producer of yours, the super emotional one, to maybe, I don't know, drink ashwagandha. He's like really out of 10.
What?
As it turns out,
The
The
in the face.
producer?
You were literally
which
talking
one?
to me.
Which one was the emotional one? That kept
You,
Oh, that was
Clover.
me.
Mama buffoon.
That was me, Clover. Me,
What's your
Matt.
name?
How many times do I got to
What's your
tell you
name?
my name? Why can't you remember my name?
Yo, she's squaring up on Matt right now.
You're forgetting it. If you're forgettable, Matt.
I tell you what.
Anyways,
Let me
Matt.
here. Hey, Clover.
Matt,
Do me
you're
a
very
favor.
emotional.
Clover.
Drink ashwagandha
Clover.
tea.
Clover.
You're about to say something emotional.
Clover, can you hear me? Clover, can you hear me?
Okay.
Do you have a web browser handy?
Mm-hmm.
Can you go to Wikipedia?
Mm-hmm.
Let me know when you get to Wikipedia.
Yep, I'm there.
Okay, type in MATT space DILLAHUNTY. That's me. Learn it. I'll be right back. I'm getting a drink.
The battery acid.
I just want to note that in the
Okay,
face of being
I dropped
exposed,
Clover.
in the face of being exposed as a buffoon, the retort is, you should self-delete. Like,
To be fair, I brought up the battery acid. That's not Clover's fault.
I'm not even gonna hold you though. Ending
went
when
with
you're
it.
like when you were like, I'm gonna go get a drink, and her ending with the battery acid, kind of funny. Not
That's
even gonna
good.
hold her. Not even gonna hold her. That one was funny.
No, that was great. It made me like Clover more.
What
But
Not
the
me.
it was what bugs me is, oh yeah, absolutely. I crashed out, and it's because I've done this for 20 some odd years. And while I don't claim to have an expertise, I at least have a minimal understanding of logic and epistemology and reason and evidence and the nature of evidence and what should or shouldn't convince people, and how frustrating it is when people are like, well, for me, well, for me, well, for me, well, for me. Well, there's no proof, but I believe it. Well, there's no proof, but I believe it. Well, there's no way to, nobody could ever demonstrate, there's no objective reality. Nothing could do this, but yet I believe it. I believe it. And that's reasonable. No, it's fucking not. That's not how reason works. You want to say you believe all that? Cool. You want to say that you believe and that you're comfortable with that? Cool. But don't claim you're fucking reasonable, because you're not. It's demonstrably false. It is trivially demonstrably false, which is why I bet you money that I could show that you were irrational and did it in one question.
I like when she re-brought up the duck's penis thing.
She's going to be Googling that shit.
Like we've
And
been
it's
off that for
terrifying.
so long.
I got to get a drink for real,
Guys,
but I'll be right back.
go ahead. 219-327-8005 is the number if you want to call in. 219-327-8005. Also, there's 821 of you on YouTube and only 349 likes. So you got to get that like up. Those likes got to get up on YouTube if you want callers to call in. Get those likes up, baby. What even? We got another caller on the line, but Jeff, there's something you wanted to say before we bring him in.
No, I was just gonna say it happens so often where we have like a whole conversation and a half hour later they just go back to the very first thing, like they want to start over.
Honestly.
But
Let
go
me
ahead.
read. Let me read some of these super chats real quick. Ohio Heathen, thank you for the $10 super chat. Said, I feel your pain, Matt. My niece and nephew think every bald bearded man they see is me. LOL. That's so funny. Tuttle332 said, grateful that Jeff is hosting smaller creators like Jovan and Matt on his platform. Hashtag we are Jimmy Snow. Snow never melts, everybody. And 49 Perfects, thank you for the $5 super chat, said, 3 of my favorite hosts. Sorry, but this lineup is probably too intimidating to most callers to go up against. LOL. Hope I'm wrong, though. Wasn't too intimidating for Clover. Clover was ready to scrap. Clover showed up ready to scrap. Anyway.
Clover's ready to walk into CERN and be like, I am the captain now.
I am the captain now. All right, let's bring up our next caller so we can see what they've got for us. Coming up next to stream is Aaron. Aaron is calling from North Carolina to tell us why God is real. Aaron, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Hi, 39, and pronouns are she, her.
Okay, now, Aaron, we are 3 atheists who do not believe in God. Do you have an argument that can convince us?
Not an amazing one, but yeah.
I'll take any.
I've been a Christian. It's not going to be as spicy as the last caller, but so I have been a Christian for most of my life. And recently I've kind of deconstructed a lot of that away to where now I'm probably more agnostic. But there's one argument in my mind that keeps like making me lean towards it still. And I was wondering, your all thoughts on that. So the argument is, and it's more of an emotional thing than maybe like a empirical evidence type of thing, but the idea that like there are people that do like really bad things in this world. They cause a lot of harm and do a lot of like treat people terribly, and then they get away with it and they die. The idea that they get away with it really sits with me in a bad way. Like I kind of need this concept of like that they get what's coming to them eventually. And so the idea of the Christian God is that, they go to hell, they get eternal judgment.
Well, not
they reap what they sow.
really, because if we're looking at like Christianity, Like, yeah, someone could do the worst things
Mhm.
imaginable, but if at the end of their life they give their life over to God, they go to heaven.
That's true.
Yeah. Christianity isn't about getting what
Um,
you deserve. It's specifically about not getting what you deserve. God's reward, for all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. We are all deserving of eternal torment. And God, no matter how bad you've been, will save you. So someone could, I mean, Hitler, uh, professed his Catholicism, and Anne Frank was a Jew that had to hide in the attic. And under Christianity, Hitler's in heaven and Anne Frank is in hell. That's a great system, isn't it?
yeah, no, not at all. I totally agree. And I don't know if I 100% bought into, yeah, I don't know. I think, like, because there's also a sense where, like, a person who's truly, like, quote unquote, saved is changed. Like, they live their life in a different way. But yeah, that doesn't negate the fact that if they die on their deathbed, there's nothing that they could do. The thief on the cross type
But
of thing.
also, I don't want them to be punished like uh I don't want them to be punished in the afterlife. I want them to be punished now. What does it do for me if God punishes somebody in
Right.
the afterlife? It doesn't do anything for me.
And if Christians really change, what do they change into? Because I would argue that the more biblical you become, the worse you become.
Mm,
And that's not even talking about all the fucked up shit that, according to Christianity, is okay to do.
right. Yeah. No, I totally agree with that. So maybe a little bit more context for me. So I used to work at a very conservative Christian, or like my whole life was Christian, and then gender got like too much to handle. I had to transition. I got kicked out of that job, and I lost everything, like my whole life. They were kind of terrible. Um, so some of it is like the people who did, like, because yeah, they kind of ruined my life, and part of it was my fault for setting up my life, assuming that Christianity was true. Um, but a lot of it was they were dicks. Like these people that I was employed to, all of my friends and community, all of my church, that I cared so deeply about, they were assholes. Um, and the idea of all these people like kind of getting what's coming to them, even though they would all say that they're Christians, and so I guess they all would go to heaven because they believe the right things. But I really like the idea of a God that's not like that and would judge people. Not that it
I can see that.
makes me like helps me at all.
I
But
just think
yeah,
I just think if we're looking at a God that judges people post life, that's a God that does nothing for me. That is a God that is all useless to me. What I don't want the CEO of these healthcare companies to be judged after they die, when right now they're allowing so many people to die because they won't approve the medical care. That God does nothing for me, right? That God just continues to create a suffering world.
Yeah,
Some
my health insurance just canceled the support for my therapist. Luckily, I'm doing okay. But while I understand the desire for justice and how frustrating, I mean, that's one of the many reasons I think people have invented ideas of God and cosmic justice and things like that. Because it'd be really nice if, people didn't get away with being awful and people weren't unjustly uh, granted wealth and good benefits, even though they're terrible people. Here's the thing. I also wish I was wealthy and healthy, but wishing don't make it so. And so saying, "Ooh, I really like the idea of a God." Yeah, I like the idea of justice. I like the idea of freedom. I like the idea of equality. Doesn't mean they exist. We have to work to make those things happen. I don't want a God to grant us justice. I want us to work to impose justice.
sometimes a
which I agree.
sinkhole
And I think there could be
some
both,
so
right?
sometimes a sinkhole opens up under somebody's house when they're not doing anything else, and they're still alive underneath all that, and we can't get to them, and they die a terrible death. under a sinkhole, like in having been swallowed up by a sinkhole. And I think that kind of sucks. And it would be great for me to think, man, I hope they're getting like some sort of wonderful feeling. But that's not true. And I think it's important. I just use that as an example because I think it's important for us to be consistent about how we look at the world and what we expect from it. It's it's okay to have hope and say, "Hey, I hope that things get better. I'm wishing for things to get better." But sometimes what happens is when we think, to Matt's point, when we think that the justice is going to be some magical thing at the end, two things. The first is we do get lazy. And then the second thing is we deprioritize. I can't tell you how many times people will gleefully say that God did this thing for them while ignoring all the stuff that in the face of the people who didn't get the stuff done for them. Say, hey, he helped me with this illness in front of people who are dealing with other stuff that they're not getting the thing. And then turn right around and say he's not a genie. So they're deprioritizing the the work that we have to do to make the world better and the limits that we have and acknowledging those limits and just looking at things with through realistic lens. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, that totally makes sense. And I think we should. Um, I guess I'm more talking about this mindset of things that you can't change, like being oppressed. Like an oppressed person can't fix their own oppression, like as much as we want to. So there's only so many things that a person could do, right?
Huh?
And I'm not saying like my situation necessarily is oppression. Like there's so many people who have it a lot worse than me, but like I can't fix what happened to me. I can't get justice there. Like all the people who've been harmed by our president and by our current administration, they can't.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe they can fix it.
Are you saying you just, I mean,
Eventually,
is this just
but
a can't undo the past? Because we can fix things. We just can't undo the past.
Also, the limits to what we can do are like phenomenal. Um, I want you to think about the fact that I work in Silicon Valley and the transistors that are in computer processors right now are 2 nanometers wide. That means there's somewhere between 8 and 12 silicon atoms in each transistor. Now think about how small an atom is and think about the fact that we're just estimating. We can't count them. So that's the limit. And this is the stuff that you have in a thing you carry in your pocket. So we have some pretty cool limits. We can reach crazy. We just got to work to it. That's it. And stop letting capitalism rule everything.
Amen.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't want to pretend like I know anybody's life or plight or whatever else, but I definitely feel the frustration of, hey, there's injustice and there may not be anything that we can immediately do about it. We may not be able to fix it quickly enough. We certainly can't do it easy, and it's very frustrating. But I worry that it makes us more defeatist. I'm not going to give anybody a sermon about, oh, don't give up, buck up, put your big person panties on and all that stuff. I just, like, the past decade has been unbelievable. Like, I'm here as a skeptic and a humanist and someone who strives to be rational. And I'm not kidding when I say I frequently entertain the possibility that I am living in some kind of hellscape simulation that somebody constructed to see just how long I would go before realizing this wasn't reality. I understand that mindset, and yet I can't give up. And so all I can do is try to encourage other people not to give up as well and take the folks who are able to not give up, because not everybody is. There are people who just kind of, they're not going to have the wherewithal to not give up. But the rest of us have to not give up on behalf of them so that we can help them, so that we can help the next set of people once we get. Please let us fix any fucking thing. I'd love to fix anything.
Mm-hmm. So is a valid way of not giving up to kind of like grab on to this idea of ultimate, like, eternal justice? Or is that a poor, like, would you guys say that that's a bad way to deal with it?
Do you think it'd be a good way to deal with it to think you have a winning lottery ticket in your pocket that you just haven't cashed in?
It wouldn't help anything. Yeah, so probably not.
Yeah,
I mean, it might make you feel better emotionally.
I tend to just, I try to be as pragmatic as I can. And it ain't easy, but I'm not going to pretend to have the answers anyway.
Personally, I don't know. Maybe that's why I'm an activist. Like, I find it better to push for these people to get what's coming to them in real life, right? Just tends to sit better with me.
Right, that's true. In my particular case, I kind of burned some bridges by signing things and getting paid off. But yeah,
Oh,
that's just a past thing, I guess.
okay. Interesting. But yeah,
Yeah.
Is there anything else?
No, yeah, I think that was it. Yeah, thanks for having me on and chatting with me. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, sure.
I love your
Thanks
show.
for. Oh, well, thank you. And thank you for calling.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Aaron was nice. Always do a nice call in between the crazies. This next one should be fun for you, especially Jeff, because this next one's a bit of a Phil bro. I talked to him yesterday. So coming up next is Charles from California to tell us why Christian morality is so much better and why atheists need God. Charles, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
Yes, Charles, 29 PM.
Okay, Charles, we are three atheists who believe that we don't need Christian morality or God. Are you going to convince us that we do?
I might. Can I? What's the skill, bro?
I'll tell you at the end of the call.
Okay. I'm curious because I'm like, oh, I'm a still bro. I don't know what that is.
We'll see.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna basically see if you guys might be able to concede a point, or I can try to make the argument that the ethical framework that atheists prescribe, mainly secular humanists, they don't necessarily need to be predicated off of Christian values, but there definitely is merit to the idea that without Christian values, I know there's things as like Confucianism and things like this, things that are secular, but the non-secular values, the theist values, do have some influence on secular humanist values, and that's just the point I would make.
That sounds like we're going to end up at a chicken or egg kind of thing. You recognize that, right?
How so?
Well, you're going to say that secular humanist values are influenced by Christian values. And even if I granted it, would you then concede that Christian values are influenced by Jewish values?
Yes.
And would you concede then that Jewish values are influenced by ancient Near East, semi-deistic, semi-theistic, maybe polytheistic values?
Yeah, I could see. Yeah, especially like the DS. Yeah.
All right. And then would you concede that there are some civilizations early on that had like proto ethics that maybe didn't even believe in deities? Or to the extent they did, they didn't inform, they were more to explain things in the world rather than to inform their ethics.
Yeah, it would be more to explain the natural, the nature, natural world around them in order to
Yeah, so
either have
so
a more simpler or better grasp. Yeah.
so what I mean is you say that y'all influenced us, I say we influenced you, and we go all the way back to, who cares?
I'm wondering
Right.
if
No, and
something
I'm
comes, if A comes before B on a timeline, does that mean that B is contingent on A?
if A comes before B on a timeline, does that mean that B is contingent on A? That would have to do with if it had influence on B. Like,
Well,
doesn't
the
necessarily mean it's
fallacy I'm
contingent.
talking about is post hoc ergo propter hoc. The fact that something comes after something else doesn't mean that it was because of that. So you could look at
Right.
secular humanist manifestos, all three of them, and say those were definitely written down after some version of Christianity or Judaism or Islam or anything else. That doesn't mean that they were based on those. However, they probably were influenced by those. And I would agree that attempting to correct all of the misinformation and gross immorality in many of the world's religions led to a better version of humanism. But that doesn't mean that there wasn't a version of humanism that just wasn't codified. Amongst Neanderthals, even this basic notion of fairness and equality. And so, since I have a newer, better version of morality, then I guess I don't know. I don't see. Here's the part. The problem is I don't know what your version of Christian morality is. I mean, is it what the Bible says? Because that's grossly immoral. Um, is it some other version, and how? Because what was yours based on?
So mine would be based off of basically the being able to have prescriptive claims, being able to make claims that can be substantiated. And the Bible does state that because we ought to do something. It's not just because it's like it is. Just because something is something doesn't mean we ought to do it. And in the Bible, because God is the backbone and He has commanded it, that gives us the prescriptive claims to state, oh, well, because something is, therefore I have a reason that I ought to do.
No, it doesn't. First of all, claiming that there's a God that's a prescriptive background doesn't mean that there is a God or that it's a prescriptive background. Additionally, even if there was a God that serves as a foundation for its version of morality, that doesn't make its version of morality correct or good, or I can reject that as well, and I do. Like I have recently come to refine how I describe my version of morality. It used to be situational ethics. It used to be that you can make non-subjective assessments once you have a foundation. Whether that foundation is subjective or objective didn't matter to me. And now I'm convinced that there is an objective foundation that is rooted in freedom and the ability to act, because without those two things, you can't have a morality. And once you establish that those two things are objectively required as goods to be able to have any moral system, you can derive things directly from those. No gods required.
Okay, but isn't that like you're predisposing that everybody would have the same interpretation of your freedom, right?
No,
In order to
no,
form an objective
I'm not.
opinion.
In order for you to have them, in order for you to act, to have a moral view, you must have the freedom to have that view and the wellness, the ability, for lack of a better term, to act on behalf of that desire.
Yeah, but isn't that like Hume's is ought? Like just because something is doesn't mean you
No,
ought
it's
to.
not an is-ought. It's not an is-ought problem at all. In order to have any sort of meaningful discussion of here's what I think morality is, you must be free to think that and free and able to express it. Those are foundational requirements. Without those, you can't even begin to discuss morality. So those are objective essentials that from those you can then derive other things. And it doesn't matter if your view of morality is we should eliminate every human being everywhere in the galaxy, you still must begin with the freedom to have that view and to act on behalf of that view. That is the moral ground.
That doesn't even sound normative. Like me personally, I don't typically use language like morality. I think a lot of it in my head is gobbledygook. I like to focus on descriptive notions of what the universe actually is. But when you're saying those two things, even for what I'm saying, like I couldn't have that thought if I didn't have the freedom to think, right? And if I say to somebody, if you think you're going to get rid of every human, I have better aim than you do, I still have to have the better aim, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to substantiate it. You'd have to be able to substantiate your claim and be like, well, if I believe this thing, then it needs to be substantiated. You have the freedom to express it. Yeah, I can concede Matt's argument on, I can understand Matt's argument for what it would be to have this moral freedom in order to express these things. Like that is what, objectively speaking, is what would be needed. I'm thinking from my perspective on it though, as a theist, that the moral weight does not necessarily basically mean that I have to have the like freedom to express that. I don't need that freedom. That freedom doesn't, it's not required. It's nice to have, but it's not required for me to have this because the onus is on God. He has commanded that these things are what should be done. And
I
because
have no
of that,
evidence that there
I have
no evidence that there is a God or that a God commanded anything, or that if a God commanded anything, it would put any onus on me, or that it would make that moral. I don't accept that might makes right. And I think that you just removed the freedom from this entirely and are then saying, oh, a puppet that does what God dictates is behaving morally. And I don't think that there can be morality without the option to be immoral.
And you
that
also
would,
don't
yeah,
believe
no,
that.
that's,
You don't believe what you just said.
you have to, well, no, you can't have morality without immorality. That's what Matt's saying.
No, I'm saying that you don't believe in giving up your freedom to assess to a God. You don't believe that at all.
That's also not what I was saying, but we'll get back to that later.
Yeah.
Okay, real quick, I'll respond and then Matt can clarify. I am not the arbiter. I do not dictate what what the I guess the moral would be in any
I could
situation.
demonstrate that you are very easily.
Okay, can Matt clarify and then
Yeah.
you can demonstrate how I am.
Yeah. I was not saying that you can't have morality without immorality. I was saying you can't have morality without the freedom to choose.
Oh, okay, I agree with that.
All right. Trigger warning to any red pillars in the chat. If you are somebody who subscribes to red pill ideology, you're not going to like this. In Matthew 19, Jesus says that if you divorce, that law that he taught, it's not relevant to like eunuchs, right? Especially eunuchs. The three types, and one of them is the eunuchs that make themselves eunuchs for the sake of the kingdom of heaven. Isaiah 56 says eunuchs will be given a name greater than sons and daughters, and a room greater than sons and daughters. So let me ask you this question. If God told you to chop off your meat, would you do it?
If God told me to chop off my meat,
Word.
I mean, is that the more is like, do I like, is that the claim that
I don't know why you're
in
not
order for me
saying
to
yes
be
immediately.
moral? Yeah, no,
I have
the answer, I'm
no
explaining
idea.
it. The answer is yes. I just want to explain it. The answer
Okay.
is yes, Jeff, I apologize. I just wanted
Okay,
to
cool.
explain my position. I apologize.
Mhm.
The answer is yes, because the is claimed that this is something that would basically, you know, like it's descriptive, and then the ought claim of it being something that I ought to do in order to be moral, then making me a moral individual would mean that I ought to do this. So yes, that follows the logic.
So then why haven't you?
I haven't really thought about it.
You have read Matthew, the book of Matthew.
Yes,
Okay. And you are aware that that exists in there. It does say for the sake of the kingdom of heaven.
I am aware.
And
Is
you do
it
believe
so?
that you believe that heaven exists. You believe, hey, I get to do it. You believe
that
that
the
heaven
kingdom of heaven
exists
exists.
more than I believe that this controller exists.
I can't see what you have. I'm just going to take
I
your
have
word. You have a controller. Yes.
I have a Ghost of Yote DualSense controller in my hand that I can feel, touch. I'm gonna play a game with it later. You believe in heaven more than I believe in this controller.
That is a dope ass game, and yes, I
All
believe
right,
in heaven.
cool. Look, if my wife said you could get another controller, and I have a problem with DualSense controllers, if she said you could get another controller if you do thing X, I'd be halfway done with thing X before she's done doing the sentence. You have, for the sake of kingdom of heaven, a passage that just says do your thing, and you haven't done it. So somewhere you've made an assessment that that's not necessary.
It's the absence of the assessment that's been made, but I do understand your point.
I wonder if this, and I'm sorry to interrupt, Jeff, because that's a great point, but I wonder if that's tied to whether or not you actually believe the Bible as you have it accurately conveys God's thoughts.
Does it accurately convey God's thoughts? I believe it does convey God's thoughts and his will. At the same time, like, I understand the atheist point of view, especially for the Old Testament in regards to
Really
mysticism.
strange. So there is no atheist point of view on the Bible, and the atheist point of view is irrelevant. The atheist point of view, it's not a secular point of view on the Bible. I mean, just apart from saying, hey, I don't think that it's divinely inspired truth. But that's not saying it's not. It's just, and I'm unconvinced. But I was asking, so could you put a percentage on how confident you are that some version of the Bible that you have access to reliably and accurately conveys the mind of God to you?
Percentage wise, I mean, say like 99.
Cool.
I have like the versions of the Bibles that I do have, you know, the New Edition, the King James version. Like, I haven't read any other versions, but as far like, and I don't understand the particular language that's being used sometimes, and so through interpretation to people that I default some authority to on the matter, like my pastor, would be someone that I basically espouse to when it comes to the interpretation of the Bible.
Okay.
Hey,
setting aside interpretation stuff, like how you're going to do doctrine, are there things in the Bible that are just factually wrong and obviously immoral?
What would be an example of something that's obviously immoral?
Owning people as property, I'd say, is obviously immoral.
Okay.
But in case you don't want to skip over, are there things that are factually incorrect? I mean, the Genesis story can't get 3 verses deep before it is factually wrong. So we know that there are factually incorrect things in the Bible. So if there's factually incorrect things and morally repugnant things,
Mhm.
what percentage of the Bible are you 99% confident accurately represents the mind of God? And why hasn't God fixed the factual errors or the immorality?
Because we haven't had a prophet.
I'm sorry, God needs a prophet in
Jesus
order
Christ.
to correct the book that's misrepresenting him?
I mean,
Why?
from my understanding of it, that's how we were able to prophesize in order to have the
No, no, no.
prophecies that we have.
Is God
Okay,
able to communicate with us in a way that clears up this mess?
through prayer.
God can only communicate with us through prayer? What kind of weak ass God do you serve?
No, that's how God. My understanding. That's how God
I didn't
communicates
ask
through
what
us.
excuses God. I didn't ask what excuses could be made on behalf of God. I asked what God is capable of. Can God show up right now in the middle of this show, clearly demonstrate his existence and presence to me and everybody in this audience, and tell us why Genesis 1 is wrong, why Exodus 21 is wrong, why Leviticus 25 is wrong? Can he do that?
Yeah, he can.
Why doesn't he?
Why ought he? Why ought he?
Because it is grossly immoral to continue to allow the entirety of humanity to be misled by misinformation in a book that you're 99% sure conveys the mind of God, and yet clearly has things in it that God, if I were God and there was a book out there that said it's okay with me if you own people and beat people and that women aren't equal to men and that the earth existed before the sun, I think I would have a moral obligation to show up and correct it and not have to wait on a prophet.
Did you
But
say why ought
okay, so you
he?
do understand.
Was
No,
that
no,
the
no,
was that the
yeah,
question?
the claim is being like, why ought
Okay.
the in the Christian faith, why ought the moral arbiter do anything?
Because the moral arbiter is being misrepresented and is presumably going to judge people based on whether or not they accurately understand that moral arbiter. And also, the moral arbiter supposedly loves us and gives a fuck about whether or not we end up wherever. But also, it says that God is not the author of confusion, and yet the book is confusion, which means that God isn't the author of it in any way, shape, or form. So, at a minimum, God should show up and correct that stuff, right?
I still don't understand why. Like, I can understand why we can do things like that. I still don't understand the argument why ought God to do something like that.
Wait, you
From
So
our
you've
perspective,
carved
from
out
our
you've carved out a
worldview,
loophole for God so that God is not under any obligation to be reasonable, to be moral, to actually interact with us in any way, and is still the moral arbiter who can judge you and send you to hell for misunderstanding. God, I saw a great meme yesterday, which I saved on my phone, and it's amazing that this comes up. A God who designs the maze, blinds the runner, and then condemns the lost is not just cruel by design. He calls the suffering a test, the confusion free will, and the punishment justice. You worship an immoral being, and you're making excuses for him. I would personally be embarrassed, and I was, which is why I'm no longer a theist.
Charles, do you have any kids?
no,
Nieces, nephews?
trying. Yeah, I have several nieces and nephews.
All right. Do they look at you like Uncle Charles and they love you and they're like, "Yay, Uncle Charles called. Uncle Charles is here." All of that.
I love playing with I don't have my brother's one of my brothers is out of state, and the brother that's in state with me, he brings my niece over every weekend, and we'll sit down, and when something's going on around the house or whatever, we'll sit down, we'll order a pizza, and we hang out, and yeah, she loves playing with me. Yeah.
All right. That's the one. All right, cool. Let's say she came over and she looked at you and she was scared because she heard that you said it's cool to kick puppies. And you didn't say that.
Okay.
Maybe you said something else, and it was just construed as you think it's cool to kick puppies. Do you think you ought clear that up for your niece?
I think I ought. There are several things that predicate this, but yes.
Why?
Well, the things that would predicate my ought statement would be that I want my niece to, have a good relationship with me, and I
Okay.
want that relationship to be good. So
Okay.
I'm like, okay, well, what am I going to do to make this a better relationship? I'm going to try to clear this up.
So I'm gonna write this down. All right. So
Hey,
you,
Jeff,
yeah.
just a quick interjection for thought. Why wasn't your answer because that's what God wants me to do?
It is what God wants me to do.
That's not what I asked.
Why
Your
wasn't my
answer
answer what
was
God
not
wanted me to do? Because
when
I'm
somebody asked you why, when Jeff asked you why you would do something, you talked about how you
Yes.
care about your relation. You gave a perfectly humanist response predicated on nothing.
Yes, I
When
did.
the only response required from a God believer is, I would do that because I am convinced that's what God wants me to do. There is no other requirement in your model.
No, there isn't a requirement. That's just my preference.
So we've
That's
got,
not an ought.
yeah. I
Exactly. A
agree.
preference isn't an odd, but I want it. Like, no,
But he asked you why
I see
you
your
ought.
point,
He
Matt.
asked you why you ought to do that, and you gave that answer. So were you just not answering
I
the
gave a
question, or
very
were you
humanist
answering it
answer.
poorly?
No, that's
Mhm.
I. I gave a very humanist answer on a personable level, because that is what us humans relate to, and that is the most human quality that we have is empathy.
I'm
Does
sorry, we didn't
Secular
invite you in
humanism
here to
is
defend humans.
huge
But
on
go ahead.
empathy.
I'll stop.
no, I agree. And look, if I'm gonna be generous, I'll interpret it as a conditional. If I want a good relationship, then I'm responsible for fixing it, right?
Yes,
Does God want a good relationship with me?
I would hope so. Yes.
Well, no. Look, you're super confident, like 99%, that there is a heaven. Um, how confident are you that God wants a good relationship with me?
I'm very confident that God wants a good relationship with you.
All right, cool. You think it's unreasonable for me to see a deity that came across an army that just killed a bunch of people, took a bunch of virgin girls for themselves, and then said, "Don't forget my cut," like Tony Soprano. And for me to then say, "Oh,
Okay.
we gotta decapitate this dude." Do you think that's unreasonable for me to say that?
Can you repeat that last sentence? I got kind of distracted with the tone of
Do you think
Soprano
it's unreasonable
joke.
for me to see a God that wanted his cut of a bunch of virgin girls, right? He didn't say, "Yo, what the hell are y'all doing?" He said, "Don't forget my cut," right? Do you think it's unreasonable for me to say to Matt, to Jovan, to anybody who will listen, "Hey, I'll offer you 50,000 gold pieces if you bring me this fucker's head"? Do you think that's unreasonable for me to say?
If
That's a
you
trick.
offered
That's a trick
50,000
question.
gold pieces for someone to, I don't think I understand the question.
If you look, I'm seeing a God. This is Numbers 31, by the way. I'm seeing a God who came across the army that he's the patron of, kill a bunch of people, keep virgins alive, start splitting them up, and instead of saying stop, don't do that, he said, make sure I get my cut. That's what he said. Okay. And I'm looking at that, just that on that verse alone, on GP, uh, we should run fade, is what my people would say. We should go outside and scrap. And you're saying, do you think I'm reasonable for this, for saying that?
Mm, no.
You don't think I'm reasonable for wanting to fight a pedophile?
No, I think I'm just wholly misinterpreting your question, and I apologize.
Are you familiar with
I,
Numbers 31?
not off the top of my head, but I mean, I can pull it up. Like
Okay,
I remember
so
kind of what it's about, kind of.
so just know that God said that a bunch of people had to die. And Moses told the army, yo, kill all these people. And they just killed the men. So then Moses said, no, you got to kill everybody except for the young girls. Jovan, if I'm going too far, stop me, because I got TikTok brain and now I'm free. So I'm saying all the shits. So then they killed all the boys and the women, kept the young girls. And then God shows up and says, whoa, chill. Just make sure you bring me my envelope, which means his cut of young girls. And I hear that. That's pedophilic, right? That's what we would call human trafficking, right?
Yeah, I mean, if it states,
So I'm reasonable for saying I wanna catch him with a couple of right hooks and an uppercut to the jaw, right? Say the honest answer is yes. So then when
yeah,
Matt says, when you say why ought he, that's why. It's because it's reasonable for me to want to fight someone who's gathering little girls. And he knows that. He's rational. So he's going to be like, hey, there's this chapter in a book that I'm letting people buy at Barnes and Noble. I guess you could get it for free off an iPhone app. And it has a chapter that paints me as a pedophile. I should probably clear that up because that's not kicking puppies, right? Remember, you're clearing up the puppies thing for your niece. This is everybody with a brain seeing little girls get taken and going, yo, whoever's responsible for that, we should willow trees, my guy. And you said it's reasonable, so that's why he should clear it up. Clear that up immediately. Unless you're saying he doesn't want a good relationship with me. I don't have good relationships with pedophiles.
well, okay, look, the end goal of that is to have a good relationship with you, right? That's the end goal. In order to basically make the assumption that because
I'm gonna disabuse you of any look. Whoever told you that somebody 5,000 years ago could be a pedophile and I'm gonna have a good relationship with them today, they lied to you. There's no statute of limitations on my Chris Hansen-ness on this position. So he needs to clear that up, right? Like I'm not unreasonable here. Like you taking little girls.
you're not unreasonable. No.
So he needs to clear it up if he wants a good relationship with me.
You're not unreasonable. So that would be your conditional, right?
That's
your
that's everybody.
like
That should be everybody's conditional. It should be everybody's, unless you're saying it's not also your conditional. In which case, you could join him. I told you my aim is so good, but it should be everybody's conditional. I'm not even that's like the bar being on the floor. Like we're not even getting at how many old ladies did you help cross the street. I think pedophilia is a pretty low bar to be like, don't do that. That should be your conditional too. Matt, is it your conditional?
Yeah. I'm not even a fighter. I'm just like, this is one of those things where I live in a world now where social media is a disaster, full of dead accounts with bots and trolls every day. And so things that I used to respond to, people coming after me, first thing I do now is I go look at their account. And if they got a 10-year-old profile picture and no public posts in 5 years, I know it's another bot account. And so I'll just fuck with them a little bit or whatever else. But if somebody were out there publicly saying, hey, Matt does this. Like just the other day, somebody commented on a video that'd been up for a while saying, I did black voice in a video and it wasn't cool. I want to find out where in that clip it was. You know what? I want to try to clear my name just so that there's no, if I did wrong, I would want to correct it. And if I didn't do wrong, I would want to correct the misinformation. In the entire history of humanity, I'm not aware that God has ever done anything at all, let alone tried to correct the rampant misinformation that people have been fighting about and killing about and dying for the history. As long as this book has existed, it has had misinformation and spawned confusion and hatred and division. And if I were the guy that supposedly inspired this, I would feel a moral duty to at least correct that. And I don't understand. First of all I was asking is, why hasn't he? And you're like, why should he? And now we've made a case for why he should, when that should never have been where the burden of proof was. I think it's reasonably obvious that even if nobody ever made a case for why God should, you would still have to make a case for why he hasn't. What is the reason for God's invisibility and inattentiveness? And why is God an absentee landlord, to quote Pacino?
I don't have the answer to it. I don't know why he is an absentee landlord.
Why don't you ask him?
For the most part, I can try.
You did say the
Do you
one
get
way to
answers from God
communicate.
Pray
ever?
over it.
Do you ever get answers from God?
I've gotten some divine revelations before on certain things.
How do you know?
Whether
How do
that
you
be-
know you got a divine revelation?
How do I know?
Yeah.
Because he like spoke through me, like the things that I had prayed for, the things that I had.
How do you know God
quandaries
spoke through you?
over.
I thought that had happened to me too. I was wrong. How do you know God spoke through you?
Okay, why were you wrong?
I'm sorry. It's your turn to answer the question. I'll answer afterwards. How do you know that God
Okay.
spoke through you?
I felt the presence.
I don't know what that means. I thought I felt the presence of God, and then I realized I had no good reason to think I felt the presence of God. Instead, what I was doing was taking things that men had told me about what it's like to feel the presence of God, things that they never presented evidence for, things that they never justified in any way, and I went along with them. So when I'm standing in church and we're singing and we're praising, and I feel euphoric and goosebumps, everybody around says that's the presence of the Holy Spirit. And so for me, as a young person, it became the presence of the Holy Spirit. But I had no evidence to reach that conclusion. I only had more stacked anecdotes. That's how I discovered I was wrong to reach that conclusion. But you think that God spoke through you. So why?
Because I felt I have no other explanation other than I felt the presence.
Okay. Having no other explanation doesn't mean that your current explanation is correct. That's literally a fallacy. How do you know that when you think you feel the presence of God, you're actually feeling the presence of God and not just imagining that you feel the presence of God?
Wait, so okay, hold on. If I feel something, does that mean it's true?
If you think you feel the presence of God, how could you tell the difference between thinking that you feel the presence of God when you don't and thinking you feel the presence of God when you do? How do you tell the difference between those two?
Because when I feel the presence of God, it feels like I'm feeling it's circular. Like I don't understand.
Okay, is it possible to think you feel the presence of God but to be wrong about it?
No.
Wow. Okay, so everybody who thinks they feel the presence of God is right. So explain all the different denominations and all the different people who sincerely profess that they think that they felt the presence of God, and yet they get different answers.
because they believe they felt the presence of God.
Did they?
They believe it. That's the point.
I'm sorry, you're not paying attention. I said, is it possible to believe that you felt the presence of God and to be wrong about that?
The predication of
Is it
belief,
possible
the
to be
predication of faith is belief.
convinced
You
you're
have to
not
believe.
listening? Is it possible to be convinced you felt the presence of God and yet be wrong about what you were convinced of?
I don't know how you would.
That's not what I asked you. This is embarrassingly bad at this point. Is it possible to be wrong about whether or not you are feeling the presence of God?
And my question is, I don't know how you would. How would you know
I'm
that
sorry.
you're
The
not feeling
question
the presence
was,
of God?
is it fucking possible, yes or no, to think you felt the presence of God, but to be wrong?
No.
Okay, so that means everybody who thinks they feel the presence of God must in fact be feeling the presence of God, correct?
Yes.
And that means that everybody in history who thinks they felt the presence of God and that God gave them some sort of message or information must be correct, right?
Oh, I got you, Matt. I got you.
Is there just like a little spinning
You
logo?
cut out. You cut out at the end of your sentence, Matt.
That means that everybody who thinks that they felt the presence of God has actually felt the presence of God, and that whatever God conveyed to them must be correct, right?
Yes.
And that means that all the different denominations, all the different doctrines, all of the different views and perspectives and interpretations of understandings of God all actually came from God, despite the fact that they are contradictory and mutually exclusive. How do you resolve that?
How do I resolve the fact that there's different denominations? Because it's through interpretation. And if they feel like they felt the presence of God,
No.
and they believe they felt the presence of God,
These people got messages from God, and God gave them conflicting information. Why would God give them conflicting information?
I don't know.
So you're agreeing that God does give people conflicting information. Does God not speak the truth? He must
I'm
be
not
lying
agreeing
to
that he
somebody.
does. I just don't know why. Who would he be lying to?
So God lies to people. Right?
When?
God lies to people, right?
No, God does not lie to people.
Okay, then if God tells person A one thing and God tells person B the opposite, he must be lying to one of them, right?
If God tells person A one thing and tells person B the opposite, that means he's lying?
Yes.
Can two things not be true?
The opposite can't fucking be true.
I didn't hear that part. I apologize.
The opposite.
Then no.
A and its negation cannot both be true. It cannot be true that the path to salvation is A and not A.
This is crazy.
The logical hoops that this God belief has tied your brain into is staggering.
By the way, the reason I'm letting you and Jeff handle this is because I went through this for like 30 minutes with this kid yesterday.
Once you're
I'll
done,
do it again tomorrow, Jovan.
Chicken soup brain. But listen, once you're done, Matt, there's another little problem here.
I'm done. Go for it.
Okay. So you said that everybody who's convinced that they felt the presence of God is correct about that.
Yes.
Is that okay? And earlier you said that the reason you know something about God is because we haven't had a prophet since Jesus.
Yeah.
But there have been people who have professed to be prophets since Jesus.
Yeah, but there's a way to test if someone's a prophet.
Well, Jesus would
He's
fail
like,
that test, but that's irrelevant. You said that everybody who felt that presence is correct.
yeah,
Okay, so then there are new prophets.
no.
You know, Jesus would fail the test, right? You are aware of that.
I've heard this argument before, yeah.
That's not what he asked.
I'm not aware that he would fail the test, but I have heard it from, I have heard
I go put my
You-
lunch in the.
in other debates
Summarize the argument
that,
for
yes,
me. Which test would he fail?
well, from the test, like, be able to test from the prophet, be able to substantiate prophetic claims, right? So
That's one.
you have a prophetic, right? You have a
Mhm.
prophetic claim, right? Through God,
Mhm.
and then that claim comes true. Like the prophecy has to come true.
So
For-
Matthew
and that's how you test
16:27
someone to
did not.
be.
So Matthew 16:27 didn't come true. So you're familiar with it, right? But also, like, if you violate the law and you're not supposed to, that would also, right? Like a
Yes,
violation of the law. And Mark 2
yes,
would be violating the law. Yes.
yes.
So then Jesus would fail the test. But I don't even care. Like, I'm willing to take your stance that if somebody believes it, it's true. That just means there's a ton of prophets. Every time somebody knocks on my door, or somebody on TikTok or Instagram or wherever, they say, "Hey, I'm a prophet." The if shameless plug, but if you go to godbounty.com, I actually have a counter on there of failed rapture predictions, but all of those people are prophets too. We got tons
Yes.
of prophets.
All those
All
people
right.
that have said that the rapture is coming on this day at this time, and then it just doesn't come to pass, like they're failed prophets.
No, they're real prophets because they felt it, and if they feel it, then it's true.
So because they feel it, it is true, and this is kind of going in the face of belief.
That's what you said.
Like I said, no, I
Look,
literally asked Matt.
I'm gonna tell you, Charles, I don't believe in none of this. I think all of y'all are wackadoo. That's just me being real. But I'm willing to live in your world for a little bit, and we're in the world where anybody who feels the presence, they can't be wrong about that.
Right. I'm not saying that like people who say they feel like feeling the presence doesn't necessarily mean that they have to like do anything about it. You could like I'm not making that claim. Like you feel the presence of God and He tells you something, it doesn't necessarily make you a prophet. You know.
Well, no, God is telling them they feel the presence, and that presence is telling them they're a prophet. Does God know my IQ?
I would think He probably does.
So he
Yeah,
knows my
probably knows
ability
your
to
IQ.
parse language and whether or not I can understand words. He knows my first and second language. He knows what they are, right?
You speak second language? Then yeah,
Okay. So then if I'm misunderstanding, that's necessarily his fault, right?
that's His fault.
Yeah. He knows my communication style. He knows my all the psychology thing. He knows my Maslow's hierarchy of needs. He knows my personality, that four-letter thing that they do. He knows all of that. So he should be able to just say
It's
it in
not
a
His
way that I
fault. It's
Mhm.
no. It's not His fault because it's not on Him. It's on Christians. So then it would be our fault.
Are
Wait, hold
we?
on.
Are we? You guys are still going. Go ahead.
No, but wait. He's giving me the message. Like I'm feeling you're talking about people who feel the presence and then they misunderstand or misinterpret. That's his fault.
I follow. Yeah. Okay. I
Yeah.
get the logic.
I mean, all of this is illogical.
Like
I just
I
want you to
get
know.
the logical. And Jeff, I agree to a certain extent that for the sake of argument, that for this logical through line of, well, this A then goes to B, so then I can logically deduce C, right? And for him to know your grasp on the English language, your grasp on your second language, your IQ, your height, your weight, whatever, and he knows all these things about you. It's not on, like, whether there's divine revelation or not, through your interpretation of divine revelation, it's through your interpretation. And you can be the smartest person and still misinterpret things.
Maybe he should have done
ready to move on?
Yeah, we are, but I'll just close with this. He should have done a better job with his invention of language then, because it's just not conveying concepts well. Like, it's all on him.
It doesn't matter what the language is. So if God is, let's not even say perfect, but let's say God is the absolute most intelligent being ever. And he created me and gave me a brain.
Mhm.
Doesn't matter what language, doesn't matter if I even have a good language. God should be capable of communicating with me in a way that I cannot misunderstand. Because if God cannot communicate with me in a way that I can't misunderstand, then it's God's fault for making me incapable of understanding him. And if God made me capable of understanding him, and God is capable of communicating with me in a way that I would understand and doesn't, then it's God's fault for not doing so. The problem of divine hiddenness, the problem of inconsistent revelation, all of these things are God's fault. You have a God that is capable of communication, but is not communicating. And then you want to blame, this is the meme that I read. He's created a maze, blinded you, and blames you. That's not a good being. That's not a wise being. That's not, this is, Trump is a better communicator and negotiator than God, and Trump is the dumbest motherfucker I've ever seen.
So
But at
let me steel man
least
your
I know what he means sometimes. I never know what God means because God doesn't communicate. God doesn't provide any information. All I ever hear are people trying to make excuses and apologies for a God that doesn't do his own defense.
Well, here's how I'm going to play defense. Charles, we've been talking you've been talking to Matt and Jeff for 50 minutes. The call's over now.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks, Charles.
I just felt like that was just going and going and going.
It was good in the sense that it constantly almost felt like we were maybe possibly going to get somewhere. And that's closer than I get on a lot of calls on a lot of shows, to be anywhere in the ballpark of that, because Charles was willing to concede things until he saw where they were going. And then the barriers went up. You could like see, oh, wait, if I say that everybody who feels like they have been in the presence of God or got information God necessarily is, then, oh no, that means they have. And this person who, the correct response, by the way, Charles, was to say, just because someone claims to have felt the presence of God doesn't mean they have. And that there's a difference between saying, if they think they felt it, then they have, and saying, if they claim to have felt it, then they have. Those are two different things. And if you'd have made that distinction, we could have had a different conversation. You'd still be, on the weakest possible ground, but that's the defense you were flailing for.
We're going to bring up our next call. Coming up next to show, we have Arthur from New York. Arthur is calling to tell us that God is real and that he thinks that miracles are the evidence for that. Arthur, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
My age is 33, and my pronouns are he, him.
Okay, great. Now, Arthur, we are three atheists who do not believe in God. You have evidence for God, so why don't you lay the evidence on us?
Okay. So
Also, you're a bit muffled,
I
so if you're like, I don't know if you're on speaker or on a headset, you're just a little bit muffled, so it's hard to hear you.
is this better now?
No change.
All right, how about now?
That's better, yes.
Okay, so I think the evidence that God is real is literally surrounding us everywhere we go around the world now. Like, there's, in my opinion, there's no direction you can't look at and not see proof of God.
Do you realize
Up,
that's not
down.
only not an answer, it's the most vague non-answer anybody could possibly give. We're looking for specific things. Are you so for example, I took my dog to the vet. We're giving that dog medication. It's had diarrhea for the last couple of days. Are you telling me that the mound of diarrhea is proof of God?
So God doesn't necessarily make
I'm
things
sorry,
happen. He
you
just
said
gave us the free
literally
will.
everywhere you look, everything you look is proof of God. I asked a very specific question. Is the mound of dog diarrhea in my front yard right now, is that proof of God?
Yes, in a sense it is, but
Cool.
that's a
How
really
is,
bad
please, I
example.
would like for you, I'll donate $50 to the charity of your choice if you can make a valid and sound syllogism that starts with, there is a mound of dog diarrhea in Matt's front yard, and ends with, this is evidence for God.
I want to hear this.
I'm not gonna take that deal, sorry.
Yeah,
But
I knew you wouldn't.
I'll,
Okay, go ahead.
okay, so in my opinion, even if there was a mound of dog shit in your front yard, that would be proof of God. And what I'm trying to say, it's that, in my opinion, that's a really bad example. Everything else is controlled from the beginning. God gave us all free will to do what we want. It's God
I
is,
don't believe in free
I
will
think,
either.
a thing that people have problem understanding is that God is not necessarily good. He's not evil either. He is just fair. That's the whole point of free will. Otherwise, if God was good, then evil would be punished. If if God was evil, then good
We
would
just
be
want to know that
punished.
God is
God is
real.
fair. So, well, I understand, but in order to understand God being real, you need to understand who He is, what He does, why the way things are. You
What?
can't just say God is real.
No, I would need to
I'm
know
trying
that
to
he's
explain
real
to you.
first before I can have any sort of understanding on who he is.
Yeah, I don't care if he's good or not. I want to know if he's real.
Well, regardless, He's not good or bad. He's fair. That's number one.
Okay, I didn't ask that. Are
Um,
you ever going to answer the question that we asked and that you agreed to defend, or are you just going to ramble?
I'm not rambling. You said you don't care if God is good.
No,
I'm
no,
just
you're
telling
absolutely
you what it is.
rambling. When you say something like, in my opinion, the evidence for God is literally everywhere you look, everywhere, all the time. First of all, we're asking for evidence, and what your opinion about the evidence is secondary to whether or not something is in fact evidence.
So,
I'm sorry
okay,
you don't know how evidence
God is
works, but that is literally rambling.
okay. So, evidence that God is real, it would be if God is real, there would have to be good and bad. Now, if you look around the
Nope.
world, there's a lot of evil
Why
happening.
couldn't good and bad
Nope.
exist without God?
Because that's the whole point of free will. The fact that free will exists proves
I don't
God
think free
exists.
will
That's the whole.
exists, and I don't see that it logically follows that good and bad necessitate that there's a God. Try again.
I don't even see how it follows that you can't have free will without God.
You
I'm gonna
can't have
just
free will and not have good and bad. If
I'm
you
gonna
didn't
just
have free will, there wouldn't be good or bad. Free
that's
will
that
is
doesn't
what gives
that
good and
that
bad
doesn't
the
You're
ability to
fundamentally
exist.
wrong. The freedom to choose doesn't mean you couldn't always choose good.
look that that doesn't even follow. But I just want you to know where you are right now in the landscape. Okay, there are bad evidential arguments for God. There are bad philosophical arguments for God. You're below that. You kept digging and you went to the look at the trees type argument. It's
I could say
literally
the same thing about your guys' argument. But
what
that
argument
that
did I
wasn't
hold on? Yeah,
anything.
No, you couldn't.
what was premise one of the argument I gave you?
That God is not real. That's why you
That's
guys
not
are
a
atheists, isn't it?
listen.
That's the
Listen,
whole
that's not a
point of it.
listen.
That's
That's
not
not
a premise. That's not the premise. That's not even necessarily the conclusion. But
that's-
keep going.
yeah,
You're
that's
digging
not
good.
we haven't given you an argument,
Yeah,
so you
you guys
can't
don't
say
believe
anything.
God is real. That is the whole
Look,
point
hold
of
on,
this conversation.
hold on. Do you know what an argument is?
No, explain it to me.
All right, cool. No, look, I said this before on this exact same
Oh, you're not
stream.
going to explain what an
Oh,
argument is?
I'm in the middle of talking though. See, the explain is a
You guys do the same thing to
why are
me,
you
so it's
why are you
ridiculous.
interrupting? Like it
'Cause
seems
you're
like you
afraid.
Because
like
you're not
it's
answering questions.
Because he's
I'm
afraid.
answering. I'm in the middle of answering your question. Let me tell you something about Sean Stockman. He's a part of a group called Boys to Men, right? If you snap your fingers and say "End of the Road," these motherfuckers will sing it in tune without a pitch pipe, perfectly. And I guarantee you, what's your name, Arthur? If you, me, Jovan, and Matt, we practiced, we could do "End of the Road" perfectly, and we could, we're not gonna be as good as Sean and them.
Well,
But what we can't do is talk at the
you
same
guys might
time.
not be.
Nobody. Yeah, I've heard your voice, Jovan. You could pull it off, but nobody's gonna hear us. So what I'm saying to you
What is the
is,
point of it?
the point of it is that one of us gets to speak at a time, and you keep interrupting me. That's the point. Now, if you just want to play the interrupting game, we could switch it to roasting. I know you've been roasted before, but I just wanna say the stuff that we're talking about. Okay.
Are you almost finished?
Well, I haven't gotten.
I told you he doesn't want to listen because he's afraid.
All right. Am I almost finished? Give me half of what I said so far.
You're just explaining how interruption works through you guys singing.
No, that's just me teaching you how to be civilized. What is the substance of what I was
Sure.
telling you?
The substance, not to interrupt, I guess.
No. So let me walk you through it. If you say the argument,
what's the point of
look, again, it's like you have. Is there an off switch? Usually, the off switch is right behind
You can just
your
mute
head.
me, and just finish what you're saying.
I would prefer this. This is what I would prefer. I would prefer to speak with somebody with self control, right? Somebody who I'm exercising my filter because it's early in the day. People who know me know that once my filter's off, all bets are off, and I'm gonna hurt your feelings. I don't want to do that. I want to have a productive conversation.
All right, you're super scary, bro. But
Yeah.
let's just
Look.
continue and get to the
How
point.
about this? Explain is a labor verb, and we live in capitalism. So if you want me to explain something to you, that means labor gets paid. If you don't know what an argument is, though, right? Matt's going to ask you, hey, what's your argument? If you don't know what an argument is, you're a Bob in row 6. Do you know what a Bob in row 6 is?
No, explain it to me.
Bob in row 6 is someone who's in the audience and should remain there. You should be thinking about who's going to go pick up a hot dog, a glizzy at the concession stand. They should be thinking about what they get at the gift shop. They should be looking up
And you're
for the
saying
applause lights.
that's what you are?
To go like this. No, I know what an argument is, but they should be looking at the applause lights for when they should clap, and then they should go
So
home.
what are you then?
I'm somebody who
Are you just a
the guy
person
on
that
stage.
over-explains
I'm somebody
for like
on the
10 minutes?
stage
You
already.
can't figure out who's on stage?
Jesus Christ.
Who's on first?
Like, I'm not auditioning for nothing. You're auditioning, right? But you don't know what an argument is. How are
I'm
you
not
going to make an
auditioning for
argument?
anything. What are you talking about?
I know you're still
I'm talking to
bobbing
you. This
out
is not an
in row
audition.
Okay.
6.
All right.
You need to get up on
let's take
stage
this
to audition.
Let's take this to like
What's up, no?
super bare level philosophy here. You say God exists. Provide us a syllogism for
That's
it.
the topic.
Provide us a syllogism for it. P1, P2 conclusion.
All right. So all the evil in the world proves that God is real.
Brilliant.
That's your syllogism?
Brilliant.
Yeah.
That's some silly jism that made you, bro.
I was reading
That's
a paper
funny.
by Graham Oppie last month, and that's That's how he formulated his argument.
All right, let's try this again. So a syllogism needs more than one premise. Okay? A one premise syllogism gonna fall apart real quick. So can you provide
So a
us?
good syllogism needs more than one premise.
It'll usually at bare minimum
Okay.
at bare minimum
At
it will
bare
have
minimum,
two.
one.
Two premises and a
Okay.
conclusion, bare minimum. Matt's
Gotcha.
having fun right now. So if you could provide us premise 1, premise 2, conclusion for why God exists while I go take my pizza out of the oven.
Okay. So, would you say that if history and science is true because there's proof behind it, then that proves why God is real?
No, I would not say that because that would be incredibly silly to say.
Because you don't believe science proves God is real, correct?
No, because what you just said is, would we say that because there is evidence behind science and history, that proves God is real? No, the findings of science are supported by evidence. That's why we accept them. And history is supported by evidence in a different way, and it's a weaker aspect than science, and that's why we accept that. But neither of those are evidence for a God. I want evidence for a
So,
God, not evidence for the
so you
findings of
know
science.
how,
So, for example, so I'm still talking. I know it's
okay.
difficult for you. For example, are you an advocate of the Bible?
No, not at all.
Okay, thank you. That saves us a whole bunch of time. So, do you understand that science is based on methodological naturalism, which means that it does not claim the supernatural is not real, but it cannot
Exactly.
affirm or rely on supernatural claims, right?
Like you said earlier, no explanation doesn't mean one explanation is right.
I'm sorry. I was asking a very specific question about what you understood about science, and it seems that you answered me by not answering, but I'm going to ask it again just to be clear. Are you aware that science is based on methodological naturalism, which doesn't claim that the supernatural isn't real, but does not affirm or rely on the supernatural? Are you aware of that?
So I would agree.
I'm sorry.
I'm
The
aware of that,
question
but
was,
I
are
would
you aware
agree
of
that
that? And clearly the answer is no. Or maybe the answer is yes, and you're afraid to answer it
it's
honestly.
because
I
you're
don't know which one
interpreting
it
it
is.
your own way. You're interpreting
No,
it
no, no,
your
I'm
own
not
way, and
interpreting it
I'm
my
not
own way.
necessarily
I'm
going to
giving
agree
you a
with what you
definition
think.
of the limits of science and asking if you're familiar with it. Do you understand? So can you answer a yes or no question?
I'm familiar with it. It's just your wording
Clearly,
is a
you
little.
can't
You're playing
answer a
with the
yes or no
meaning there.
question. I just gave you the opportunity to demonstrate that you could answer a yes or no question, and you can't.
Like I said, I'm not going to agree with you, so that's a no.
I didn't ask you if you were going to agree with me. I'm asking, do you agree that the sun is the center of our solar system?
I
Yes or
said
no?
no.
You don't think the sun is the center of our solar system?
He's not
No.
listening, dude.
What's at the
He's
center
not
of our
listening.
solar system? And why do we call it a solar system?
So the solar system doesn't exist. That's what the Bible says. The Bible says
Okay.
that there is water above and it's a firmament.
Yes,
That's what the
I'm
Bible
aware
says.
of what
So
I'm
that
aware of what
doesn't
the Bible
exist.
says. So what you're saying is you don't care what science says because you're going to go with what the
Science
Bible
can't
says.
prove
When
that
I
there
literally
space
asked you
exists.
not 45, shut your mouth. When I literally asked you about 45 seconds ago if you believe the Bible. If you don't believe the Bible, why are you citing the Bible to me right now?
Because that's the whole point. God is real.
No, that's not the whole point. That's not the whole point, you little weak little liar. If I ask you if you believe in the Bible, you don't get to cite
I'm
the
on live now.
Bible to me. I asked you what you understood about science. Why would we care what the Bible says about the earth or the firmament? It's not true, and you don't believe it.
So you're basing your argument of me saying that I don't believe in the Bible.
I'm okay. You're not
So
for
if I
real.
believe in God, then what am I
I
necessarily believing in?
no, Arthur. I'm getting ready to school everybody in chat, so you might as well just stop. You're not for real. You are incapable of answering a question put to you. You are incapable of having a conversation. You
Huh.
are incapable of acknowledging what
It's
you
kind
do
of
and don't
interesting because
understand.
when you guys
You
do
are a
the same thing,
cartoon. You
you
are a
guys cry
cartoon.
about
You
it.
might as well be a bot.
Look at
You
that.
are a waste of everybody's
Look
time,
at
and nobody
that.
should care
Brother.
what you think because you're a confused
It's
trash
okay. Keep
monster.
crying. Keep
I'm
crying
not
about it.
crying. I'm exposing you. I'm exposing you to an
Exposing
audience
me for
right
what?
now. You were brave enough to call in with just your first name or fake name and then embarrass yourself by showing how absolutely dishonest and clueless you are.
Oh, you're
I'm
about to
not the one
dox me,
crying.
aren't you? Control yourself there, brother.
Are you crying? Are you crying right now? Is a little baby crying about how he's getting exposed?
Oh, yo, you're about to dox me. How about you control yourself?
I'm not trying to
Control yourself,
dox
old man.
nobody.
What?
I just said, are you crying? Why is it that
What
if
are you
I ask you if you're
talking about,
crying, do you think
dude?
you're getting doxxed? You don't need to dox me.
You know what you
You
said.
don't need to dox me, bitch. I'm here under my real fucking name and
What?
have been for decades. I'm on
Good for
Wikipedia
you.
under my name. I
Congratulations.
tour
Dude,
the
you have
world
not-
under my fucking name.
This is how you
My
make your
phone
income.
number
Of
is
course
in the
you would do
book.
that.
You have not been
This is
listening.
how you
all
make
night.
money arguing with people, bro. Shut up.
I
The
am
fuck?
not
You-
getting paid
Of
for
course
this,
you're
you
gonna
dumb
give your real name.
motherfucker.
Yeah, Matt's
I'm
doing
not
this for
getting
free.
paid
You
for
better
this.
put it in your taxes
I
as a
do this for
donation or something.
free.
You get a
I
tax cut
embarrass
from this.
clueless buffoons like you for pleasure. My wife is
Yeah,
downstairs
get a
recovering
tax
from
cut from this,
surgery,
brother.
and I've been busy with that and reptiles and rodents, and I have
And
tons
you
of
better
work to
thank
do.
my God
This
for your
is what
tax
I
cut.
do to get away from stress: is school little bitches like you
Yeah, you ain't
for
schooling
free.
nobody.
Homie,
Oh,
you
the
have
fuck
said
I'm not.
you have said fuck all. You didn't even know what a syllogism is when we asked you for a syllogism. What do you mean?
Syllogism's what you drank. Wipe
I
it
didn't
off
know
your
what it
chin.
was.
You can suck the
Syllogism?
syllogism right out of me, buddy.
Dog,
You guys
who
are
is this?
so funny.
Arthur, who is
I
this
know.
for?
It's great.
Who is this for?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is Jovan's show.
I'm glad I'm
and-
entertaining.
Shit,
and
I'm having
I
a
turned
blast.
into big fun for a little while, but I'm
Yo,
gonna
this is
chill.
really fun, actually, for real.
I know. You ain't got to tell
He
me what's
said I
fun. I
turned
wouldn't
into
believe
big
you anyway.
fun.
You don't know fucking shit.
Yo, you still crying?
Arthur, who are you doing this for?
I'm crying laughing.
I'm doing it for my God.
He don't
What
care.
God is
Go
your
God
God,
is that?
Arthur? Wait. Yeah. Let's start with
Oh, yeah.
Arthur. What God is your God?
So technically, God is everywhere. So my God is, I am God, technically. He's in me.
I'm so glad he said that. No. We got there. All right.
Ah, there you go.
So
there
you're
you go.
doing when you say you're doing this for God and you're God, you're doing this for you?
Yes.
Negro, you can do this in the mirror. Why are you wasting our time?
Because why not? You waste people's time. Trying to make people believe atheism and all this bullshit. That's crazy.
Atheism? What are you doing, bro?
Atheism.
What are you
That's what happens when you got syllogism on your chin. You start saying things like atheism.
You don't hear yourself, right? You should be celebrating the
I would-
Knicks, and instead you're over here wasting everybody's time.
Why would I celebrate a satanic fucking shit, bro? People should be celebrating the pedophiles. No, thank you.
What? Listen, man,
Hey, I'm with you there.
you're a waste of time, Arthur.
Hey, say what you want to say, brother. Say with your chest.
I did. I said it. I said it out loud into a microphone. Jovan, you're muted.
Oh shit! I was just saying that we have been saying it with our chest. Like,
Yeah, I actually
Recorded for posterity.
I raised the volume on my microphone so I could say it louder to you. You are a waste of time.
According to you, right?
Yes, that's why I said it. According to me, you are a waste of time.
He was stating my opinion. He meant according to me.
I'm really glad your opinion matters nothing to me.
Oh, no, it does.
That's why you called. We didn't call you, did we?
It does? According
Yeah.
to who?
According to the fact that you were on hold for close to an hour, begging to speak to the three of us.
I was begging now.
Yes, that's what beggars do. They wait for an hour to speak to the three of us.
That's a beggar's thing to do? Damn, so
Yes.
everybody on this chat is a beggar.
Dog,
You're
I
calling
don't wait
everybody, even
on
your
hold.
viewers, all beggars, huh?
I don't wait on hold for an hour to
sitting
speak to
there
the phone
watching, they're not
company.
even talking. they're not even talking. They're listening to you guys. That's even worse than a beggar, in my opinion.
I
'Cause I'm
don't
here
wait
talking
on.
to
I
you.
wouldn't wait on hold
Look
for
at
an hour
that.
to speak to my mom.
Look at that. You guys need to be a little bit more respectful to your audience and your fans.
They're
We
not
are.
waiting on hold. You were
Do you
waiting on
think the
hold.
audience is sitting on
Just
hold right
letting
now,
you
you
know.
idiot?
You guys think you can be all this
Holy
and that,
shit.
but in reality, you guys, this ain't right.
Tell us more.
Should we put up a poll? Should we put up a poll about Arthur? See what the audience thinks about Arthur?
Yeah, mods, can we put up an Arthur poll, please?
Do we need to be more respectful to Arthur or less respectful to Arthur?
Arthur, real talk. Do you think the earth is flat?
What does God say?
I don't know. You won't tell us what your God says.
What do you,
How should
you
we
say
know?
you're
already
God,
did.
right? You said you're God. We're asking you, why would you ask us what God says if you're God? God, that's the dumbest thing I've heard
So
all day.
if
And you've already been on for a
if
while.
NASA says the Earth is a globe, right? And NASA was founded by some satanic people, why would a satanic person, want you to believe what God tells you, which says Earth
Which
is flat and
satanic
there's a
person
firmament?
specifically
A
founded
satanic
NASA?
person,
Which satanic?
a
Which one
satanic person
specifically?
is going to want
Who?
you
No,
to
Arthur,
tell
shut the
you
fuck up.
that
Which
Earth
satanic
is
person
a
founded
globe
NASA, Arthur? Tell
because,
me the person. Who was it?
oh, there's like 12 founders.
Give me the
And
name.
one of them was
Give me the
fucking
name.
doing, you can look
Name.
this up. They were
Name.
doing satanic
Name.
rituals in
Name.
the desert in
Name.
Arizona
Give me the
and
name.
California, and they got
Give me the
caught.
name.
Are you
Arthur, give
saying
me the
that
name of the
satanic people
person.
can't tell the truth?
I'm not giving you the name.
Because
I'm
you're a
not giving
little
you the name. I'd rather
bitch,
people look
boy.
it up
Bye, Arthur.
themselves.
Yeah.
It was
Satanic people can tell the truth, by the way.
It-
Unlike
it's
you.
There's only one guy. Just
Crazy.
signed.
Shout out to William for the Venmo to kick Arthur to the curb. Brother said there were 12 guys. They founded NASA and they're satanic.
Oh, man. I want to thank you again because this has been, I mean, it's been a really rough week or so. And I was just going to be cleaning rat enclosures and stuff like that today until it was time for the show. I'm so glad you invited me to do this and that Arden was well enough for me to come hang out because y'all are awesome.
Yeah, this has been fucking fun.
Yeah, it's been fun. This is a load of fun. I'll say I've been very frustrated with the level of conversation on TikTok, which is why I'm moving all my stuff. But like this format has been a lot better for filtering out the nonsense.
Someone on YouTube said we wouldn't know the name because they live in Canada.
She goes to another school. You wouldn't know her.
Eisenhower lives in Canada?
Oh man, this is great. We got some calls screening, and we're gonna take the next calls. So we're just waiting to see who these other calls are and what they're calling about. 219-327-8005 if you want to call. I made lunch, so I'm eating my lunch because I was hungry. Let me see if we got any super chats since our last super chat. We did. Let me add these to the queue and we'll go through those real quick while these calls are screening. So give me a second. Okay, just a few super chats. Let's go over them real quick. Katie Iron Fist, thank you for the $10 super chat. Said y'all ought to get more money for putting up with Charles. He sucked. Yeah.
Charles was not that bad. I think Charles is a great demonstration of, how far you have to go to try to make God seem like it's not a ridiculous, cartoonish thing.
Yeah. EMF said, hi friends, Dusk here. You love to see a flat earther show up to the theistic debate. I love it when they show up, especially when they say, well, what does God say? How would we know? You haven't told us what religion you follow. Katie Iron Fist again said Arthur is so dumb. True? Holy shit, true? God damn. How did y'all know? Arthur's a motherfucking idiot. NZ, or that NZ, a ZK616, NZ is the fucking currency. Oh, you fucking Christ. Said, you guys are fun. Well, thank you. Hey guys, remember you can support the show through Super Chats or Cash App and Venmo. I'm currently saving up to buy 2 other cameras for my studio room because I'm going to be doing live interviews on stream in my studio space. So if you want to, do anything towards helping me get those 2 other cameras so we can have more interviews, like next week, I'm going to be interviewing another political candidate. I'll let you know more about that once that gets solidified in the next day or 2. And we'll be doing some other stuff in my little studio space. That's where I'm also be. So if you want to support the stream, if you want to support the call-in show, remember, it does take us money to keep the call-in lines open. So anything you send to Cash App and Venmo, do go straight to that call-in. Cash App and Venmo are on screen. Oh, well, not on screen right now. Now they're on screen. Cash App and Venmo are on screen, or Super Chat, whichever one you prefer.
You know what my brain did? You said,
what?
I'm currently saving up to buy 2, and my brain filled it in with new co-hosts.
That's funny.
You can't afford us, man.
Ooh,
I do this for free.
A Krenich in the chat. Thank you so much for the Venmo. All right, let's see if any of these calls have finished screening. Yep, one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it should be fun. I love these ones. All right, coming up next to stream is Saya. Saya is calling from California to tell us that God is real and that they are a Christian and God has saved their life multiple times. Saya, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
I'm 28 and just him or Mr.
Okay.
Him. But I wanted to say good morning and good afternoon to you guys. And I wanted to first
Did this motherfucker just say Mr. Him?
I like what you young black men are doing. I am young. I always sound old to people. But
I was gonna say both of us are older than you, just
but,
FYI.
Oh yeah, well shit. I'm just proud of you guys. That's one thing I wanted to say. And I think Matt, I don't really know too much about him, but I appreciate you here on showing them love as well.
Thanks.
My main, no problem. And my main thing is maybe the lady misheard me, but I'm okay. So I would say I'm Christian, I'm Muslim, whatever. You know what I mean? Wherever the truth is, right? So at the end of the day, I wouldn't categorize myself as Christian, right? I would just categorize myself as a truth seeker, right? And the reason why I believe in God is, right, I would say, first off, when I was about 7 years old, I had jumped off a bike unintentionally, right? Well, okay, I don't know if I have enough time, but I'll kind of explain the story. So I was riding on the back of a bike in the projects as a young ass kid with the older kid, so I wasn't supposed to even fucking be doing that shit. It's about to be late. It's late at night. It's about to be 8 o'clock. The street lights about to come on. You guys know what I'm talking about. So my sister comes downstairs. She's chasing us. She's like, to me, I heard her say, jump off the bike, right? So as a kid, I jumped off the fucking bike. I had no fear, right? I jumped off the fucking bike. She swears to this day she never says jump off the bike, but whatever, right? So I jumped off the bike. I hit my head on the floor. I was bleeding internally. Basically, it wasn't like a crazy surgery, but the surgery, they just had to obviously just take out the blood in my head. So, but with saying that, right, that's a basic procedure, right? But that procedure isn't just so basic because if anything goes wrong, I could become brain dead, right? But the surgery was good. I was in New York hospital, so it was the best hospital in the world, whatever, right? The surgery was good. But they told my mother I would be either autistic or I would be in a concussion for the most of my life. Basically, I'll just be brain dead, right? I just graduated college. You know what I mean? What you call it? On the 5th, I had my graduation. So, obviously I'm not brain dead, or I'm not, you know what I mean? I might be a little bit autistic, but I'm not, high on the spectrum, whatever the case may be. So to
Wait,
say
because of
that,
your
I
accident?
say, yeah, because of the accident. Oh, no. I'm just making a little joke. I'm making a little funny.
Oh, I thought you
I've
said,
never
I thought you
been
were telling us
diagnosed
your
with it.
accident made you autistic. Like it was like a
No,
pack of
no, no, no.
Tylenol or something.
No. I'm making it funny. I'm sorry. I'm a little sarcastic. But that's what they said that will happen to me. I'm saying it might be because some people who know me might say I have some tendencies or whatever the case may be. But
Wait, you're
obviously I
saying a
haven't been
doctor told you
diagnosed with
that
it.
jumping off a bike could make you
Yeah, they told my
autistic? Because
mother.
that guy's license needs to be
Yeah,
revoked.
they told my mother, right, that my mother could give you a better detailed story of it. Obviously, I was not conscious. You know what I mean? So they told my mother whatever they told my mother. One of those were autism, right? Because it's a severe brain injury, right?
That's
Because
not
basically
okay.
my
I'll
head
just
was
stop.
just rocking back and forth. Like I said, I'm not debating that with you. I don't know the
Yeah, it
details
doesn't
of that.
matter.
I'm not a doctor. You know what I mean? That's what they told my mother.
We got it.
I could get her on the phone with you right now. She could tell you more detail, whatever the case may be. But yeah. So the reason why that story is one thing that mainly speaks to me that I really wasn't realizing throughout my years of life. I really didn't understand or whatever. I really didn't believe in God or whatever the case may be. But one thing about that story is that my mother is a nonstop prayer, right? And what happened was that in every situation where her children have a situation, right? She prays to like the ends of the earth, right? And she might not be a person who goes to church all the time, or whatever the case may be. That's why I don't really believe in the church field or certain situations. We could get to that later, but uh, she prays through heaven on earth, right? And one thing about her is that every time a situation happens, the doctors, the nurses, or whoever's there in that situation, because my brother had died from an overdose inside of her bathroom, right? And the ambulance came. Long story short, every doctor or a medical professional, whatever the case may be, when it's a dire situation, they say to her, "Your God is real," right? Because
That
basically
you had
it
you
shouldn't be,
you
right?
you could you
Um,
do you would
so,
you
and
want
one thing about her
you
too is
could do
that
so
even other
you
religions tell her to pray for them, right? So Muslims, people of like super crazy religions, they tell her to pray for them, right? So that's one consideration, right? Because that's my personal belief, right? That's a story for me. So it could move you, right? It can make you believe, oh, maybe what he's saying is true or not, but you guys don't know me. You know what I mean? So that's just the concept of where I'm coming from. So maybe you guys can understand who I am, right? Uh,
I don't
so getting
understand.
to the point of, oh, you don't understand who I am. So why I believe in God is those personal reasons to me, which could be truth for you or not, but it is truth for me, right? So like to
Okay,
you
I
guys,
don't I
whatever
don't
your
accept that
truth is,
anything is true for you. Something is either true or not. It's not like it's just true for you.
no. That's not true at all because two things could be
It's
true at once.
completely true, and it's true for all of us.
Yeah,
I would say
yeah. Two things could
something
be
like
true at once
I would say something like what
because
color, hold on,
mm,
listen, Saya. If you were
mhm,
saying what color is red? Or what does red look like? The way you see red
mhm.
might not be sorry, I know Matt's playing his game and I just looked at his
Yeah.
face. Uh
I had my mouth
when
open, didn't I?
yep.
Yeah,
So when you
sorry.
say
The way
like
I see red might not be the same way that you see red, right?
yeah, but when you're
That's what you're
saying a
saying?
God exists, that is you're talking about something completely
Hmm.
outside of the self.
Wait, no. I didn't say that specific statement. Yeah, I said this is the reason why I believe God exists. I didn't say that specific statement just yet, right? Because we didn't get to that point. I just wanted to give y'all the premises of what I believe and why I believe this, right? The lady told me on the phone that you guys are atheists, you guys don't believe in God. You know what I mean? I wanted to
Yeah,
ask
we
you a
want someone
question
to give us a
of like,
reason why we
your
should.
deepest belief, you know? So perfect, right?
So real quick,
One thing Matt said,
two
go
quick
ahead.
things.
Sorry, go
The
ahead.
first thing,
hmm
I love how you plus marked Matt like at the beginning with the we down with y'all plus mark. Anyway, if I could take what you're saying down to, is it
hmm
the reason you believe in God is because your mom prays and things happen?
No, I would say, you know what? If you want to make that, the basics, yes, right?
Okay,
So we
keep going
can
from there.
debunk anything, right? We can debunk anything, right? So, right, any
You
situation,
can't
we can
debunk
make
that
it
I'm real.
look better or look worse. No, right? But let me finish my statement. Any
Yeah, go ahead.
situation,
I'm
we can make it
sorry.
look better or
I
look worse.
apologize.
No, no, it's cool.
I literally cannot help doing that.
I fully, no. We are intellectual people, so a lot of things we're gonna just snap to. It's fine, you know what I mean. But we also all have to understand that we all human and we all speaking to each other. So when you guys speak, I'm gonna shut up. If I interrupt, tell me, hey, you interrupted. Let me know. You know what I mean. So it's totally fine. We intellectual people. It's cool. Um, we can all make things look worse or make things look better, right? So let me just bring this here. I don't really want to get into race, but let me just say this real quick. It's the best analogy I could come up with at this moment, right, on the spot. So, right, black people are about 13% of the population, right?
And
A
they
lot
commit
of people are
50% of the
racist,
violent
right? Yeah,
crime.
right.
Sorry.
Exactly. A lot of racists say this bullshit, right? Exactly what he said, right? Oh, they commit 50% of the violent crime. Look, people don't understand what average is, right? So if you have a smaller group, right, and you compare a smaller group, right, to a bigger group, right, and you pick out one specific thing, right, that smaller group is always going to have a bigger average than the bigger group. That's just how math works. You know what I mean? So that is just the most stupidest statement in the world, right? But like I said, you can make anything look better. You can make anything look worse. You know what I mean? Just by trying to whatever and whatever to whatever, right? So let's get to why I believe God is real, right? One thing Matt said earlier was about I think, or someone mentioned, I'm not gonna specifically say Matt, someone mentioned like space or something or of that nature, whatever the case may be, right? The sun, we revolve around the sun and all these different things, right? Like one thing I like to debate about too. I had this debate with a science professor, right? He was a doctor, professor in a college. He used to basically on his free time, because obviously teachers don't get paid too much, which they should be. But on his free time, he used to volunteer. Well, he was getting paid, but volunteer for suspension school. When I was younger, I was a badass a kid. You know what I mean? It's hard to say, but whatever. I was a bad kid. I was in suspension school. But I had this debate with him, and basically we had this conversation, and I spoke to him, and I was just really trying to understand this one thing because it didn't make any sense to me. So I said to him, I said, hey, right, the moon revolves around the earth, all of that, it sounds great, right? Cool. So what I'm not understanding is how is it that we're hopping on the moon, right? When the moon's gravitational, because we just learned about this in the class, right? So how is it that we hopping on the moon if the moon's gravitational pull is controlling the water on the earth and essentially controls our emotions or whatever the case may be on earth because we're 90% water or 80% water, whatever they say. So he's like, oh, well, the moon's gravitational pull and this, that, and the third. And I'm like, okay, so yeah, then I'm like, okay, like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I get that. That's what I'm trying to say to you is that the moon's gravitational pull is so strong that it's cutting through our gravitational pull to affect tsunamis and tides and waves on the surface of the earth, which is the biggest body of surface on this earth. You know what I mean? So how is it that we're hopping on the moon? You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't, that
Saya,
those two
none
things
of
don't
Saya,
correlate, right?
Saya. I'm so sorry. I love you, but this is so incoherent.
Explain. I'm getting to a point, but maybe I do drag things a lot.
Can you
but
get to the point
explain.
quicker?
I'll tell you. I got you. So let's say this, right? The Big
Can
Bang.
I hit your point real quick, even though I'm not a scientist?
Yeah, if you want, of course.
When you said you debated the science teacher, did he explain to you that gravity is the interaction between two bodies, and that you're talking about the massive body of the Earth and the massive, well, two or more bodies, and the massive body of the moon, and that's why the interaction of gravity is stronger between them than it is between you and the moon?
Yeah, right. I understand that.
Okay.
I'm saying this, right?
That's all I had. Keep going.
I'm not gonna. I would love to talk to you after that, Matt, because honestly, I don't think he even said that to me.
I'm doing another 4-hour show tonight.
Discussion about that. Okay, perfect. Because I would love to talk about that. I'm never really able to have these discussions with people. So I want to actually keep
You need
it
to talk to
on
Blitz,
track.
not
You guys,
me.
I apologize.
I ain't no science guy.
You know, it's like people are really stupid, and it's hard to actually have discussions with people. But long story short, let me get to my point with the space thing, right? So science says that the theory of the Big Bang, right, where nothing turned into two atoms and those two atoms collided at massive speeds and created the universe.
Nothing
right?
about what you've said is in any way tied to Big Bang cosmology. It is not even a cartoonish misrepresentation of Big Bang cosmology. It doesn't begin with nothing. It doesn't begin with two atoms. It doesn't begin with a collision. Nothing you've said is Big Bang cosmology.
So what is it? So what is it?
What is
If you
what?
don't mind.
Big
What is
Bang
the
model
Big
is
Bang
the current best
cosmology?
mathematical description of how the substance of the cosmos expanded, not its origin, its expansion. We cannot investigate further back than one Planck unit of time from the beginning of the expansion. It isn't a nothing, and it may well have always existed. I highly recommend that you look into Dr. Blitz.
No, that's perfect. Because what I'm gonna say is that so there had to be something there outside of that spectrum to create.
Oh. Can you guys hear me? Hello?
You are connected as the host.
Yeah, I can hear
Welcome,
you.
host. You are now in
I
the
hear
host room and can manage your callers from the call-in studio web interface.
Why do you say my arm, right, instead of me or whatever the case may be? It just sounds more logical to say my arm, right? But those
Wow, were you
little
talking the whole time,
stipends
and that's where
those
we just
little
happened to
things.
pick
But
you
I
back
don't
up
think
again?
I don't think he
Holy
noticed.
fucking shit.
No, but I lost I'm pretty sure I lost connection to the call screener. Because that's what happened.
Shit, y'all lost connection?
I did. Really quick.
Oh shit.
Matt and Jeff, are you
My
hearing me
bad.
on a lag, or are you hearing me normal?
I hear you normal, but the video on the other thing is a little bit on a
if
lag.
you guys could each try just like resetting your cameras on Zoom real quick.
Sure.
I think I had the first internet hiccup since I've moved here.
Is it me?
There we go.
No, it's not you. It's me.
Okay.
Did that reset it?
I'm hopeful.
Saya, can you see the screen?
When I go to it, I don't think you guys could hear me, but let me double check. I'm just on the call with you guys. 1 second.
No, it looks like everything's
Like, can you
clicking
see the
back
three
in.
of us?
Oh yeah, I can see y'all perfectly.
Okay. Do you see what I'm holding up right now?
Oh, it's
Hold on,
super
let me bring
blurry,
it
Joe.
closer.
It's
Let me
lagged a
bring
little
it
bit on the
closer.
call, but everything is perfect on the stream.
All
Yeah, I see
right.
the paper.
Does this
Well, I see
mean
the
does this
laptop
mean
you're holding.
anything to
I
you?
mean iPad.
Does this mean anything
It
to
means I
you?
should have shut my mouth and let you answer.
Let me get off the what you call it.
No, I'm glad
It's
you
like
did that because it gave me time to write it out. Do, does this mean anything to you? These scribbles?
uh I can't really I'm not on the live stream. I wanted to respect the call because the lady
It
said she
says
couldn't hear me.
F.
Uh,
It says F
hmm
equals G times MA times MB over R squared, where G is, and then it has a bunch of numbers. Does that mean anything to you? 6.674 times 10 to the negative 11th?
no, not so much.
Okay. Good. That's the right answer. Um, yeah, that's what the person would have shown you if you asked them the question. About the moon.
Oh, see, yeah, see, like I said to him, I would love to debate, even more about that because I feel like honestly I didn't have a great representation. I just knew his credentials. You know what I mean? I don't think I had a great representation for that topic to debate against.
I'm gonna.
But
No, I'm not.
I'm gonna confess
um,
to y'all, I don't actually know this off the top of my head. I Googled it, I scanned it, and then I wrote it down. And then if I want to
okay.
figure out what the gravitational force is between two bodies, now I have it on my iPad.
hmm
So I thank you for that. But the point is, you
No,
could do
no
that
problem.
too. That would answer all your question about the tides and
See, I'm
yeah.
a skeptical. I'm more of a skeptical guy. Like one thing about me is that I'm gonna have a discussion with someone, and honestly, I don't have
No, they were
belief on
skeptical.
that topic.
You would
Yeah.
love
Mm-hmm.
these people. They were skeptical too. They can actually throw a ball in the air, and using this formula, I can
Mm-hmm.
tell you exactly where it's going to land before it lands.
Where it's gonna land.
It's pretty dope.
That's fine.
They've been
That's
doing it
fine.
for
I love physics.
hundreds of years. Like
Yeah.
they can predict where they're going to land on the moon like within a few inches. Like the dope. But
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying is like that is the basics. They teach you that in high school. Imagine the funky numbers they're working with in college. That's crazy work.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like that's the I'm really big on not talking if anybody has heard me, I'm really big on not delving into things that people don't understand about. Like I'm cool having like regular
Mm-hmm.
conversations, but when we get into like why is gravity and we haven't dug into like the nitty gritty of the stuff that people, I feel like we're disrespecting the people, the nerds, right? Like
Yeah.
me,
No, I
I
was
like
gonna
my,
say
but hold
in
on,
the end of the.
hold on,
Go ahead.
Saya.
Sorry. Sorry.
I
Go
like
ahead.
my
Yeah. We
PlayStation.
misunderstand each other, but go ahead.
No, I
Mm-hmm.
get you. Like
Well, well, just really quickly, I want to let you guys finish this, but then that will be the end of this call. So just Jeff,
okay,
go ahead and you can finish this up.
yeah, like me, since I've spent so much time on my PlayStation, I don't feel like I have license to go to them cats in MIT and be like, "You really think we hopping on the moon like that?" Like that just seems weird to me, you know?
Mm-hmm. No, yeah, and I was saying to that end point, right? There was just some more skepticism after that, right? I never really dove more into it, and I'm not saying I believe this and I believe that or whatever the case may be. There was just more skepticism into that, and I was gonna lead into the Big Bang thing of what you call it of my topic area, but basically the last thing I was saying with the Big Bang thing is that what Matt said is that they can't obviously account for before the atoms collided or whatever the situation happened with the Big Bang, right? They can't account for it before, right? And my whole point to say it is that there has to be something there outside of our realm, right? And for us to assume that what's outside of our realm thinks like us makes us even more stupid, because the fact is that if they think like us, we will either be in their realm or they wouldn't be outside of our realm, right? So that means that they wouldn't be in the dimension that they are in, right? There's multiple dimensions. They say maybe hundreds or maybe 6 or 7 or whatever the case may be, right? So if the being that created everything, which we may call God, right, created everything, right, we as lesser dimensional beings wouldn't even be able to fathom that, right? We don't see in colors, which is different dimensions, right? The different dimensions. So we don't see in colors, we don't see in certain different things, right? Our brain, we only use a certain amount of it, right? Who's to say if we use 100%, we would see it, right? Who knows? There's a
Okay,
different conversation.
everything you're
But
saying is completely false. All this nonsense about we only use a
so
part of our
dimensions
brain is
aren't
false. Everything about you have no reason to think that there's anything outside of our dimension or that there could be anything beyond our dimension. Imagine the room you're sitting in. You've been in
so
your
that's not
entire
a
life.
study.
I'm sorry, I'm still fucking talking.
Yeah, I know. Is
Then
it
why
not
are
a
you
study?
talking?
I'm asking a legit question. Is it not a study?
No.
Dimensions?
I'm literally never mind. I got nothing to teach you.
No.
Yeah, no, because
This
you're
is
trying to
No,
this
debug
I
me,
is
said
bro.
never
But
mind.
dimensions
That
are
means I'm done.
definitely studies.
No.
Dimensions is a definite
is
study, and it's definitely proven quantum physics and things of that
Nope, it's
nature.
not a proven
Quantum
nothing.
dimensions.
You read half stuff and you fucking don't have a clue what you're talking about, and then you form
All right, and
opinions.
I'm
And when
asking
somebody
you.
tries to
I'm not trying to
when
get
somebody
upset
tries to
with you, right?
somebody tries to gently move you away from
No,
bullshit,
that
you
wasn't
get
gentle, buddy.
defensive and
But
interrupt and talk
okay,
over them. It's
no,
fucking
no,
obnoxious.
no.
It is absolute. You're doing
That
it right
that
now. And
wasn't
the longer
gentle.
you do it, the more I'm going to fucking yell over you, because that's the kind of bitch I
Okay.
am.
Yeah, we know. Okay.
okay. We're moving
Yeah,
on.
I know we know.
Goodbye,
All I
Saya.
tried to do was tell you that you bought into a bunch of bullshit. This notion, we only use 10% of our brains. That's nonsense. The notion that, oh, you left, you ran away?
No.
Saya. Oh,
I
that's that.
dropped.
Okay.
I got paid to boot him a while ago, so that was me doing
Okay.
that.
Um.
I just have to get
Everything
back
about
into the
that
call
was
queue.
just, I heard. And it's a whole bunch of internet blurs that
You
involves
are
no
connected
study.
as the host.
Imagine
Welcome,
you're
host.
sitting in your
You
room,
are now in
all
the
of you
host
right
room and
now,
can manage your callers from the
and
call-in
you
studio
have
web
been in this
interface.
room your entire life. There are no doors and there are no windows. You're just sitting in this room. And you wonder, what's outside of this room? What's on the other side of this wall? Why do you think that's a wall? Why do you think there's an other side to that wall? What convinces you that the surface doesn't go on forever in all directions? You've made a flawed assumption, beginning with there is an other side to the wall. The first thing you have to do is demonstrate a reason that you have to believe that there's something on the other side of the wall. The dimensions that Sai is talking about are not alternate realities. It's not beyond our space-time. None of this has been proven. It is like I read something on the internet. I'm just going to run with it as if I understood it. I'm an idiot who doesn't know this stuff. And I know how fucking stupid that is.
He said
Anyway.
studies. What he meant was he saw some movies directed by Luc Besson and went from there. That's it. Like, it's frustrating as fuck.
That's fair.
Because, like, look, I know a lot about Star Wars, but I put in my time. You know, like I've watched, I've read, and then when I think about people who study and work at CERN or work at MIT or they got to go and like hobnob for grants and then sit in a room and not watch Knicks games and not know what Grand Theft Auto 5 is like and all of that. They're sacrificing all, and then somebody else comes along and goes, but dimensions, right? That's got to be like, I'm not that, but that's got to be frustrating.
Well, are you guys ready to take the next call? We lost who I wanted you to talk to, but it's okay. It's okay. I will suffer through. We got 3 people in the calling queue. Everybody's going to be gotten to if you guys just stay there. Oh wait, we actually only have like 30 more minutes. So we're going to try to get through everybody fast. We're going to try to get through everybody fast. So hopefully we can. Coming up next is Steven. Steven is calling from Kentucky to tell us that God is real. Steven, can you provide me your age and pronouns, please?
Hey, brother, how you doing? Can you hear me? I turned the speakerphone off. I was told to do that. Is it coming through good?
Yes, we can hear you just fine. We just need your age and pronouns. Oh, Steven, no, I'm sorry, Steven. Steven, I'm sorry. I've been dying to get Jeff and Matt to hear this other caller, so I do have to put you back in the queue for like 10 minutes. I promise we'll get you back up. Okay, this is more important. I'm sorry. This one, I have to do this.
Damn.
So coming up next to stream, what the fuck? I disconnected again from Call-In Studio. What is happening?
Hey, all you people who are donating because Jovan was saving up to get 2 new co-hosts or 2 new cameras or something, donate a little extra so he can get an internet connection that can take
You are
fucking phone
connected
calls.
as the host.
Dude, shut up.
Welcome,
I have
host.
fucking
You are now in
7
the host
gigs.
room and
It's
can
just
manage your callers
I don't
from
know
the
what's
Call-In
happening
Studio
with
web
it's
interface.
all
I
Call-In
guess you need
Studio right
8
now.
then, don't you?
Or it could also be because I'm running some coding stuff in the background. Coming up next to stream is Bad. Bad is calling to talk to us about why the Christian God is evil. All right, Bad. We need your age and pronouns.
I don't have no pronouns, and you know that. But if you're gonna keep me on or disconnect me, just say him.
I'm
them.
sorry. You literally started that sentence with a pronoun. So here's can I ask a question real quick, Bad? We're not asking what pronouns you have. We're asking if you prefer pronouns. So if we were to say Bad just said something, would you rather we say he said or she said or they said or something else?
Nah, because pronouns used to communicate with people in conversation is one thing, but using it as an identity is something completely
That's not
different.
that was not what we asked you. I'm sorry. This is hey, Bad. I literally asked a very specific question. If I were to say Bad just showed how stupid he is, would you rather I say he is, she is, they is, or they are, or whatever?
You can go ahead and use him, them.
Him, them. Okay, him.
Yeah, go ahead.
Him dumb as fuck.
Yeah, there you go.
All right. So
what do you got for us, him?
Yeah, what
do you got for us?
Would you teach your children to stick a butter knife in an electrical socket?
I would if it was really funny.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, then why would you guys do this gender identity and gender affirming care?
So
and all this
we're
shit
just
to
gonna
children that don't even need it.
We're just gonna act like why didn't I like you didn't just hear the answer? I said yes. I just said flat out yes.
I mean, I'm sorry. Are you some kind of medical expert?
We're talking about
how do you what kind of medical expertise?
I'm talking about healthy children.
I'm trying to ask a question. Do you have some medical expertise over the doctors that are prescribing gender affirming care?
Yeah, I do. It's called common sense because
I'm sorry, but common sense is how we get old wives' tales. Common sense is not medical expertise. I'm sorry, you've disqualified yourself from even having an opinion or expressing an opinion on this subject. But I'm going to trust the actual scientists and experts on this, and not you.
Let's be honest, Bad. If you went, hold on, Bad. Hold on, Bad. If you went to the doctor and you didn't see a medical degree on the wall, and they're diagnosing you with something because you got a persistent stomach aches, and you said, "Where's your degree at?" And they said, "I don't need one. I got common sense." You staying in that room?
See, that's what you guys do. You guys shift the blame a situation.
I'm just gonna ask so that didn't sound like that really.
Serious.
that really didn't sound like an answer to my question, so I'm gonna ask the question again in case it was confusing. Look, English is my first language. Is it your first language?
Oh, see, you guys want to take
All right,
a hermaphrodite situation and turn it into a common cold situation.
Nobody mentioned hermaphrodite but you. Right now we're talking about English. So let me quote Pulp Fiction. English, motherfucker, do you speak it?
Ah, you guys, man. You guys are something else,
man. You guys, man. I can't answer a question, so I'm just going to say you guys, man.
So you would stay
no, because
in the common sense doctor's office?
You're
Just out of
taking a
curiosity,
situation.
hey, just real quick. Hold on. When you're talking about doctors and I ask you a question about a doctor, in your mind, that's changing the subject?
Yeah, because you guys are taking a specific gender affirming care and all types of stuff, and you're turning it into a common cold situation where doctors don't know about common colds. You got a stomach flu, and you ain't going to go to a doctor? We're talking about children who are born hermaphrodites versus normal born children that have nothing to do with health issues.
Bad. Stop
hey,
sundowning.
Yeah.
Brody, I don't know who left you on red, right? I don't know if she left you on red and you slid in some DMs, you didn't get a response. That got nothing to do with me. Okay? I'm married 16 years. We're good. You need to talk to a therapist. You need to talk you need to talk to a therapist.
No, I'm talking to you. You have kids. Mister, I've been married for 16 years. You got kids.
My pullout game is so strong, my guy. I don't got no kids. I got toys and PlayStations and shit.
Yeah, you got dildos and other toys. I get it. Now, if you did have kids, right? If you did have kids.
Listen. You got to pause that. I'm talking about amiibos, nigga. You talking about toys like I say toys, and you think about my sex life? You got to pause that, bro. You cannot be going on a live stream and just flirting with me. I married Italian.
Hey,
you know what I'm saying?
Hey, if you want to love transgenderism, males, and dresses, that's all you, bro. I ain't got nothing to say about that. I was trying to talk about something else.
Bro, you keep...
All right, guys.
You know how
I wanted you to just have an experience of bad. We're going to move on.
Hey, no, but can I... Is Ben still here?
Yeah, he's still here, of course. Do what you got to do, Matt.
So,
what's up,
Ben,
man?
Are you a God believer?
Yeah, I believe in God. Yes, I do. You want to know why?
No, I didn't ask that. See, you got to learn to answer the question that's asked instead of the one you think's being asked. So, since you believe in God, do you pray? Do you think God helps people?
Yes, I do.
Cool. My wife recently had surgery, and this guy that I was going to debate prayed for it to go well, and it did. Should I credit God for that?
Yeah, maybe God got a plan for you guys to know what misery. Maybe God got a plan for you to know what misery and pain really is by having it happen to somebody you deeply care for, or else you wouldn't know what it really was. Because people need to see stuff. They need to feel that pain.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to get to a really specific point here. So, you're saying that God helped the surgery to teach me. I had triple bypass. I know what surgery's like.
All right.
Okay. So what I was asking is, this guy said that he would ask God to pray for my wife's surgery, and it went really well, or that it would go well, and the surgery went really well. So I'm asking you if you think I should credit God and thank God for helping my wife with her surgery.
Well, I think you should. And I think you should pray on it with your wife.
I will do it right.
And I
don't know why I don't know why bad. I don't know why you talk. Listen, I'm going to do it on behalf of you. I'm going to thank God right now. So first of all, I'd like to thank God on behalf of the individual who prayed, and on behalf of Bad, who's telling me I should thank God for helping my wife go through her gender reaffirming surgery. It came out great. We've got a wonderful new vagina. And we couldn't be happier. Thanks, Bad. Go fuck yourself, you bigot.
Yeah, no problem, dog.
Fuck off, bed. Fuck
That was so
off.
much fun.
Real quick, y'all. I don't know if I got you like jammed up because I snuck a N in there. But listen, you know how you could tell what somebody really want to talk about is they keep talking about it. That was the first time Matt ever mentioned nothing about that, and this dude said transgender like 17 times. That's what he wanted to talk about.
Yeah,
This
it
man's
was
hurt.
hilarious.
This man went into some DMs and did not get the,
Yeah, no, you're. That's when you said that, Jeff. I'm like, oh yeah, that's very likely the reason this guy is the way he was, and it's so much because it's always dudes, and it's always entitled dudes that feel like I wanted that vagina. I wanted that. And that's not even a person. It's not a woman. It's or a penis, whatever it is they want. Like if we went through Bad's browser history, I mean, I think I would blush. I think I would blush, but I don't know.
Well,
I said I
here-
got toys and PlayStations. My man rushed to.
Dude, I'm sitting here going, we just got talking about your controller obsession. How and I haven't got kids, which is why I have a million snakes and reptiles and toys, and I got computer stuff and all my goodies and everything. Those are the toys I got. Do I have dildos? Sure. But why are you thinking about it? What
I love it.
What are you let me tell you, the map that lives in these people's head gets up to some wild ass shit.
I do want
I'm
to point
living
out
rent-free.
somebody in the chat is like 3v1 is bad faith. No, because they're calling us. They know it's
All faith
3v1
is bad
before
faith.
they call. So we're gonna bring up
54, real quick for all you theists.
Yeah.
Isaiah 54:17. No weapon formed of man, no tongue shall confound. Blah blah blah. Y'all got guy. It could be 10v1. You should be able to handle it.
That's but true. It's faith that's bad.
All right, we're gonna bring up Steven finally. So coming back up
Yay.
is Steven 40 he him to tell us why God is real. Welcome back, Steven. We're three atheists
brother,
ready
that
to
last
hear
one
your
was
evidence
wild.
for God. Oh yeah, now you see why I wanted to
can you
get to
hear
him
me?
so bad. Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you for your patience and waiting. I appreciate
Hey,
that.
that last one was wild. I just want to assure you that if you looked at my browser history, you definitely would blush. Anyway, so if you want to talk about God's existence, I was going to just sort of try to make the old philosophical case about nothing coming from nothing, and that was where I was going to take the conversation if you felt like doing it.
Well, my problem is that
seems to
I
me
don't
that,
think of nothing. I don't think of
everything
nothing.
came from-
I don't think of nothing ever existed, could exist, and I don't think science is asserting that that's the case either. So we don't have to go with
I
nothing
agree
can
with
come
you.
from nothing.
Great. So being exists, yes?
Being
Nothingness doesn't
exists. No,
necessarily,
being
but
is a
being
description.
is something you can affect.
Being isn't something that exists.
Yeah, that's a
being by
that's a
definition means existing, right? Like the being is
Being
something
means
that you could
existence, but
confirm is a
being
part
means
of
existence,
reality.
but being means existence, but being the concept does not exist as a thing qua thing. It's a concept.
Okay,
It is a
I'm gonna
label
accept the
for that.
question on how bad we use language. I am on the same page as you. Sure, absolutely. We're on the same page. Nothing to argue with. I agree with you. I'm not saying that nothingness.
Well,
can
we
be
don't
proven.
agree.
I'm not.
We don't
claiming that
agree.
nothingness-
We don't
Well,
we don't agree. We don't agree
we don't-
because
yeah,
you think a
disagree.
God exists and you think that the reason for that is that something can't come from nothing. And yet you agree with me that there was never a nothing, that nothing didn't come from nothing, that something didn't come from nothing. And yet I don't see any evidence
Perhaps
or
I could
reason
use my
to,
words better,
I'm sorry. I was literally 3 words from the end of the sentence. I was literally 3 words from the end of the fucking sentence that was going to let you go on and expound on your God stuff, but you had to mumble your ass through this shit. So what I'm saying is we don't agree about the nature of the universe, and you think that there's a God because something can't come from nothing. I do not know that that is true. I do not know that that is ever the state of affairs. So what other argument do you have for God, sir?
I've listened carefully to your response, and I would like to clarify what I meant to say before. Would that be okay with you? I'd like to
I no longer
clarify
give a shit,
that,
you pedantic, smug
no,
little prick.
you're the one that has to
You're a
interrupt and
smug
be.
little
Hey,
prick.
listen, I'm trying to have a
You said that you
conversation.
believed in God
I'm trying to
because
have a
something can't come
conversation with
from
you.
nothing. No, you don't get to speak now, bitch. Shut up and
I said I
listen.
was going to hatch
Shut
the
up
old
and
argument.
listen.
Listen,
Shut up and
cocksucker, I give
listen.
you room too.
Shut
None of
up
this
and
is
shut up.
intellectually
Did you just call me a
contested. Would you like to have a
cocksucker?
conversation?
Did you just call me a
Yeah, because you're a
cocksucker?
cocksucker, bitch. Yeah, you call
Okay.
me a bitch.
Is
I
there a
called you a cock. I
problem
can
with
be rude
sucking
too.
cocks? Is there
I'm
a
capable
problem
of
with
being
sucking
rude.
cocks? Do you mean that as a pejorative?
I didn't
Because
say those
I
words. I
think
just said that
cocksuckers are
you
some of
like
the
to
most
do it.
wonderful
I'm just
people on the
insulting
planet.
you. Is there
As
a
someone who
problem with
has a
being a
cock,
bitch? You
I
have a problem
love
with
when I
women?
meet a good
Oh my God, are
cocksucker.
you
Are
into
you a good
women? Did you call
cocksucker?
me a
Because
bitch?
I'd be happy to
Are
let
you
you
against
try
women?
if you pay
Are you?
me.
I muted him.
Oh,
You just let me know when you want me to
so
unmute
here's
him.
the thing.
Or you can
Let's
do
try
it,
this
Pat.
again.
You have the ability.
No, it's fine. I want to get to this. I want to get the call. We got like 20 minutes left. I hate people using cocksucker as a pejorative. It's a good thing. You're a wonderful person. Congratulations. Get over it.
He
You
hung
said
up.
you believe in God because something can't come from nothing. And then I pointed out, I don't think a nothing has ever existed. I don't think a nothing could exist. I would agree something can't come from nothing in the sense of it's never been demonstrated. I don't know how you would act on a nothing. And we agree with all of that. And so all I was trying to say is we don't agree on whether or not there's a God. But I definitely don't think that that's a good reason for a God. So you've started with a reason and then that isn't good. And then you say, we agree. That's very confusing to me. Because when you present a bad reason and say you agree with me, it sounds like you're saying I'm as stupid as you are, but I'm not. So what I'd like you to do is take my dick out of your mouth and present an argument for the existence of God. Thank you.
Well, he's gone, so.
Oh, well, damn it. I didn't want to end like that.
It was just philosophically sloppy from the start. I didn't think it was going to go
I
anywhere.
wasn't trying to make him leave. I was having fun. Stephen, come back. Stephen, don't leave me. Stephen, you're all I have. I've been sitting here waiting for hours for you to show up to call me a cocksucker and explain how much you love Jesus. Oh, how I love Jesus. Oh, I'm on my knees. Yes.
Us.
Oh. I went with yes instead of us, but all right. Fuck it. I was playing Isaac, and so I got distracted. I'm sorry.
2 more possible calls. I'm going to close the lines. We'll see what these next ones are like. Coming up next, we have A+, who, I'm going to be so honest, I still believe is related to bad, but we'll see. A+ from New York calling to say that atheists need God. A+, what's your age and pronouns?
34, and I guess him, he, whatever.
Great. Now, A+, why do we as 3 atheists need God?
So let me ask a clarifying question. So you guys don't believe in any higher power or anything?
No.
I don't even know what higher power means. I don't believe in anything supernatural. And I don't believe in anything that most people would consider a God. But I mean, if you want to say, hey, my coffee cup is God or coffee is God, I believe coffee is real.
Yeah, cool. So like, not even a higher power, like you don't even need to call it God.
No.
I don't know what you mean. What do you mean higher power? Like, I don't know what that means.
It means, you know, the universal being that binds all of humanity.
No, I don't believe that there's a universal being that binds all of humanity. What evidence do you have that there's what evidence do you have that there's a universal being that binds all humanity?
You know, something to explain the unexplainable. For instance, like
I'm sorry, but,
like clairvoyancy.
But I asked about evidence that you have for something that binds all of humanity, and you said something that explains the unexplainable. Well, if it's unexplainable, nothing can explain it, and you can't explain a mystery by appealing to a bigger mystery. That's not an explanation. That's a pacifier. That's a baby way to look at the world. Oh, I don't know what causes this, so I'm going to pretend like there's a magic higher power that does it. That doesn't work for me.
Mysterious higher power, though. How does that do it for you?
I'm sorry, what?
I said a mysterious higher power. How does that do it for you?
I don't know what do you mean? What's a mysterious high power, and what reason would I have to believe in it?
And I'm gonna do this because I just came up with it while I was waiting. That hour for you to deal with all those callers.
Okay. Do you think you're doing better than them? Because right now you're not. You're just more respectful.
Didn't even get into anything yet. I'm just trying to lay the ground rules. And
I'm literally, I keep asking you questions, and you have no answer. And then you tell me you just came up with this while you're on hold. Let me tell you something. I've done this for 20 years. If you came up with something while you were on hold, you were not fucking prepared for this. You need to come back with your A game.
Okay, cool. So do you think Candace Owens is going to catch Charlie Kirk's killer?
Okay.
All right, next call.
I don't know, Candace.
I'm asking you guys a question. Do you think that
what does this have to do with God?
Has appealed? I'm saying I'm just using God as a mysterious being. FFA. Do you think that Candace Owens received some sort of message from Charlie Kirk about
Professor
the misdeeds that was
Plum
done to him
in the dining
after he
room?
Died? Or before he died?
Who is Charlie Kirk?
After he died.
I don't believe that anybody's received a message from anyone after they've died.
But
do you think people receive messages? Do you think people receive messages from people after they're dead?
I mean, normally not. That's not my shit.
All right, see you later, A+.
Play the
coming up this stream next. All right,
Amazing.
Coming up to stream is Peyton. Peyton is calling from Texas to talk about God being real. Hopefully this is a real call with some real evidence. Peyton, if you can hear me, please provide me with your age and pronouns.
I'm 18 and she, her.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay.
When I thought you were a boy and you said 18, I was like, absolutely not. Then you said she, her. And I can hear, okay, understood. Peyton, we are three atheists who believe that God is real. I assume you're going to tell us why God is not real or provide us with some decent evidence for what, I'm sorry, I said that way backwards. We're three atheists who believe God is not real. So I assume you're going to provide us with some evidence on why he is. So what is that evidence?
Yes. No, but it's okay. I understood what you meant. First of all, I'm so excited to be here. I've watched like a lot of your videos and I'm just like super excited.
Flattery will get you nowhere.
Before we get started though, like I just had a question, like because I don't want to make any assumptions about like what you believe. So you believe in the Big Bang Theory, right?
Believe is a strong
Big
word.
Bang cosmology is the best current explanation for the expansion of the universe and the state that follows from it. Yes,
I would repeat what Matt said, but more black.
And what was the term that he used? Cosmic. What did he say? Cosmic
cosmology.
Expansion.
Okay. So I believe in the Bible. I believe that that's true, and that historical evidence from like the chariots found at the bottom of the Red Sea, like different
this is I talked to you the other day. This is the
that.
same bullshit you came up with the other day when you called into the line.
No, I haven't made a call.
You're not for real. You're a troll. This is a big joke to you.
No, I'm not a troll. I haven't made a call.
You absolutely are. Which came first, the Earth or the Sun?
Or what?
The Earth or the Sun? Which came first?
The Sun, because he created
what does the Bible
light,
say
and
came
then
first? What does
Earth.
the Bible say came first?
The Sun.
No, the Bible does not say the Sun came first. So you don't know the Bible. How can you say you believe the Bible if you don't know the Bible? You can't get past the first three verses. You're a troll. We've been down this road before. You're not fooling me.
Have you called Matt before, Peyton?
No, I've never called in to debate. That's why I said that I was excited because I've never debated before.
Okay. Well, you still haven't debated, by the way. But I'm going to bet that if I look up your number on Call In Studio right now, I will be able to compare it to the number that I got the other day.
Go do it.
And you 100% can.
Cool.
Do it, Matt. Do it.
So anyway,
there were no chariots found at the bottom of the Red Sea.
Do you have
just
a Bible?
FYI.
Do you have a Bible?
I'm just saying that I believe, yes, I do.
Okay. What does the first 3 verses of Genesis say?
Are you opening your Bible?
I'll read it. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. That's verse 1. Verse 2 is, and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And in verse 3, it says, and God said, let there be light, and there was light. That is the earth existing before light. But
when did he say that he created the earth?
it says in verse 2, the earth was without form and void. It said in verse 1, God created the heavens and the earth. So the earth existed before light, but I asked whether what existed first, the earth or the sun, right? That's what I asked, right? Are you like,
so.
Cool. When did God make the sun?
Well, you just said it in verse 3, so.
No, I didn't. That's when God made light, you see. See, you not only haven't read this, you don't know it. You don't know the apologetics. You don't have a clue what you're doing. This is obvious you're trolling.
So where do you think light
I've done this for 20 years, Peyton. You can't fool me.
You're not answering the question. Where does light come from?
I'm not the one that's advocating for the Bible, Peyton. You can't fool me, and you can't avoid this. You're to go back to Pulp Fiction. To go back to Pulp Fiction again, your ass ain't talking your way out of this shit.
Where does light come from? This isn't advocating for the Bible.
You're
It's a
laughing.
simple question.
Light doesn't come from the sun. Light is energy from a scientific perspective. So when does God create the sun? When does God create the sun?
Energy. In verse 3.
Well, in the cosmos, it can be from Big Bang, cosmic background, microwave background radiation.
Okay. That's a great statement. Okay, so
I know it's a great statement. Peyton,
yeah.
Can I ask you what do you get out of this, and who's in the room with you that's prodding you on to laugh and make an embarrassing parade like this?
I don't believe I'm making an embarrassing parade. I had.
Oh, you absolutely are. This is obvious. I'm just wondering what you get out of it. I mean, I'm having fun. I'm here for free, having fun for the day, and I'm asking you questions as you're the one that's here to defend the Bible, and you don't seem to know fuck all about it. I think that's kind of embarrassing.
No, sir, I don't think it is. I'm
okay.
18,
Well, you're wrong. You are wrong. You're objectively, demonstrably wrong. To call in to a live broadcast and say that you believe the Bible and yet you don't know what the Bible says, that is almost as close to as objectively embarrassing as one could get.
Okay, that's great. So
Okay, I'll play. Go ahead.
Where I was going.
No. I'll play. Go ahead.
Okay. So for like third time. Where I was meaning to go with this is.
Oh, but do it a fourth time. Do it a fourth time because I'm here to play.
Okay. So what I was going to say is I didn't know if you guys believed in the Big Bang Theory because typically
doesn't matter what we believe in. You called in to defend the notion of God, which means you have an argument, and nothing about our epistemology, nothing about our previous beliefs, nothing about any position we've ever held could possibly be relevant to whether or not you have a valid and sound argument for the existence of God, could it?
I missed part of that because I got an incoming call. But
oh, okay. Well, here, let me repeat it for you because I'm really good at that. You asked us what we believed about things, but none of that could be relevant. There's absolutely nothing about any position we've held prior today that could be relevant to whether or not you have a valid and sound argument for the existence of God. Could there?
I mean, I don't think that any
Am I
arguments
speaking
that you
too
guys
fast
have
for you to type
provided
into
are sound or
ChatGPT?
reasonable. So no, I would say no.
No. Nothing about it. Could anything about my previous beliefs be relevant to whether or not you have a valid and sound argument for God? Yes or no?
No. But I was
No.
asking
So why
because
on
I didn't
earth
want
would you
to.
ask? You have this opportunity, you have this golden opportunity. There's only like 4 minutes left, less than 4 minutes left, I guess. You have this golden opportunity to present your case for the existence of God. And you started off by asking a completely irrelevant question and then saying you believe the
Perhaps
Bible
you should
and then
stop talking
pointing
over me
out that
then.
you don't know what the Bible says. So are you going to make your valid and sound argument evidence-based position defendable right now, or are you going to continue to waste the last few minutes of the show?
Well, for the fourth time, I'm trying to. So as I was
For
going
the
to
fourth
say,
time. I'm sorry. I'm going to ask you once again. Would you like to make your argument for the existence of God, or would you like to continue having fun? For the fifth time.
Okay, so as I was going to say, you cannot have matter without space. You have to have something to put stuff in. So
I don't know what you're talking about. First of all, there is matter and space. Matter and space and matter are essentially the same thing in a different aspect. But how is that relevant to whether or not there's a God?
As I was saying, you cannot have matter without space. You have to have something to put.
For a sixth time. Come on.
You can't have matter without space. So
space-time exists. That's independent. However, what's your argument for the existence of God? Here, let's begin. What's your first premise?
You want to cut me off again?
I will if you want me to, but I asked, what's your first premise? Come on, premise one.
When did you say you think she called on your show, Matt?
It's pretty recent and more than once, I think.
Oh, I wish I could find
it. What's premise one, Peyton?
P1. Now you're speaking my language.
Okay, I'm
What's premise one, Peyton?
Like not continue further with the conversation, but
you're going to run away?
And I hope you have a good
You're going to run away? Are you going to run away?
No,
Did you not have the fun you were hoping you were?
Somebody who can't act their age. No, I'm going to choose not to debate somebody who can't act.
Oh, I can act my age. I'm 57 and I've done this for 20 years, and you're not going to fool me.
You're not going to fool me, sir. I'm not trying to fool you. Like
you absolutely are, and you failed miserably. I've asked you repeatedly to state your first premise to present an argument for God. You've done nothing but ask irrelevant questions and point out that you're too stupid to know what you're actually talking about. It's embarrassing.
I do.
You know, when I talk fast enough, you can't have your buddy type into ChatGPT quickly enough to come up with anything. What prompt are you typing into ChatGPT? Is it give me a philosophical argument for the existence of God? Is that what you're doing?
No.
What are you typing in?
I'm not typing anything into ChatGPT.
Okay. Into Claude, into what?
I don't have a script that I'm reading from either.
Okay. What's the argument for the existence of God then?
That you can't, it makes no sense for. That's why I was asking if you guys believe in the Big Bang Theory, because it doesn't.
It doesn't matter what we believe in, does it? You've already said it. You've already acknowledged previously that it doesn't matter. No, you're not talking. It doesn't matter what we believe in. It doesn't matter what we believe in. It doesn't matter what we believe in. What matters is what you can demonstrate. And if your argument is so kindergarten that it begins with, it doesn't make sense, you need matter, you don't know what you're doing. This is embarrassingly bad. Who's helping you?
Sir, what's so kindergarten is that you can't even understand when it's your turn to talk.
Oh, no. It's always my fucking turn to talk. It is always my turn to fucking talk.
Every single time.
Brother.
Yes, every single time it is my turn to talk. Because what we did is we started this by taking a call from you, and you asked a question and we answered it. And then you began with irrelevant stuff. And so now it's always my turn to talk. You want to test it?
I did not begin with irrelevant stuff.
It's my turn to talk again. See how that works, Peyton? All right. I'm going to give you one last chance to prove that you're not the ridiculously cartoonish, confused, ignorant troll that you are. And then I'm going to stop, and Jovan and Jeff can have fun or not. I'm going to give you this opportunity. I have two questions. Is anything I currently believe relevant to whether or not you have a valid and sound argument for God, yes or no?
Yeah.
Was that a no?
Yes, no.
Okay, I couldn't hear you. Do you have a valid and sound argument for the existence of God, yes or no?
Yes.
Present that, beginning with premise 1.
Okay. It makes no sense that a molecule, a unicellular molecule.
That's not a premise. That's not a premise.
And
you
we
couldn't
are
even,
out
you
of
couldn't even
time.
get through your non-premise without laughing, Peyton. We've done this before.
We are out of time today.
Oh.
It makes no sense, therefore God.
It makes no sense, therefore God must God. Anyway, yo, Matt and Jeff, thank you for joining me on today's show. This has been a fucking fun one. I'm glad Matt got to have some fun too. I feel like Matt, I feel like I haven't seen you get to have fun in a while. So I'm glad you got to.
It's been a blast. And I commented in Discord, Jeff, anytime you want to come do a hangout with me, you are always invited. I'd love to have you on.
Oh, it'd be a pleasure. That's dope.
All right, guys.
This was a load of fun.
This was the stream. Look out for this on the VOD channel soon. I'm trying to catch up on all the VOD videos. Will I be live later to play a game? Possibly, if I'm not tired enough. I know we're supposed to have a book club. That might get canceled, or Pillow's going to do it. One of those two things. I will see y'all on the flip side, and y'all have a good rest of your day. Goodbye. Love you. Mean it. Ta-ta.